and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Rick Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang, and you know that's you for being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than Manila edition, Philippines, none other than Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy, and you're looking at the whole fucking show here in Manila. The Thriller in Manila. Let me push that camera back. That's better. The Thriller in Manila. Let's get the banner up for you brothers out here so you can see where your boy is at. Where is CGA? Okay, let me see. Where's my banner here? Okay, there it is. The Freak of the Week. The Thriller in Manila. The Desert Storm bunker meets Manila in the Philippines, none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC. I'm the Unbinder, the Manila edition, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The Lings in Manila call me Mr. Third
Your
Leg.
third leg was just phenomenal.
Also known as the man with no trabajo. That is, of course, the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me the Freak of Manila. Or you can call me CGA, see God Allah, and I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We are back. Monday Night Roski, the longest running episodic program in live stream here on YouTube. Okay, we haven't run a Monday Night Roski in a long time. Shout out to the Coach Gang. It is 9 in the morning, 9 a.m. in Manila in the Philippines. And you know what time it was, man. Listen, it's like
I shut the fuck up.
there's only so much that I can do for you guys. You know what I mean? First of all, the time is all messed up out of here. It's like,
What kind of fuck you give me?
all right, by the time I get around to doing a live stream for the morning show, it's 12 a.m. at midnight here.
What kind of fuck you give
And
me?
you already know what time and shit going on here. I'm going to just tell you, man, the Ling 2025 tour is lit, right? It is going crazy out here. It's just,
What kind of fuck you give me?
it is, it's the perfect place. We're going to give you the breakdown of the Philippines, as we call it over here. And it is a gentleman's
What
paradise.
kind of fuck you give me?
Oh, well, that's if you like the Lings. But Ling Tour 2025 is off to a shaboing. And of course, we started off in Australia, where there's plenty of Lings out there. There were plenty of Lings. All right, then we went to Indonesia. Anyway, and of course, the Philippines. And of course, I'm in my last 3 full days of the Philippines, and I will be in Thailand. All right, we're going to be in Thailand, broadcasting in Thailand coming up. Thailand, I think we can start the stream at 11:15 in the PM in the evening for our morning show. It gets a little bit better as I'm moving up, matriculating the ball downfield in the Southeast Asian tour. And then, of course, we're going to get to the South Asian tour as well. We're going to mess with the Koreans and the Japanese as well. We're not going to leave them out of the conversation. Anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA, that is on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Ling Free Agent Lifestyle channel. All right, it's been going well. We talked about the Ling Tour 2025 over on Locals. We had a great local stream this weekend and a great Money Mindset. Our Money Mindset stream last week, this past weekend, was fantastic. And if you want to join either of those, the links are in the description box below. Join the best private groups here that is on the available space. We talk about the junior college, which is the monetized dating marketplace. And we also talk about the money mindset, keeping your mind on your money and your money on your mind. Great streams this past weekend. And we having a great time here. We got the elite members of one or two elite members of the Shield that we're meeting with. We're going to meet up with here on my Ling Tour 2025. They're having their own Ling Tour. All right. It is the special appearance Ling Tour coming up. So we got that going on. Anyway, let me get to the earlier contributors to today's show. Shout out to the people who have been contributing, being patient, all right, being patient with the schedule. The schedules are going to be off a little bit, but I'm going to try to do my best. And also, I've been planning on Twitch streaming, but of course, by the time it's evening here where it's good to Twitch stream, it's midnight in the United States. All right, nobody's going to be watching. All right, so it's a hard balance here with the time schedule. Shout out to Blue Baggins. He says, Coach, the niggies do indeed support you. Sincerely, the Black delegation. Shout out to the Black delegation, the Negroids. Right? Shout out to the Negroids. Do we have any niggy sound effects? My sound effects are back. All right. It's just it's just a little slow. All right, because I gotta matriculate the ball downfield. All right. But shout out to the Black delegation. And they're definitely not upset with me as they used to be, because they know I'm right. Although, you know, Andrew Wilson tried to save them not too long ago. All right. I don't know why my Black delegation photo is not popping up. All right, in real time. Oh, there it is. I see it over there. I just don't see it on my screen. All right, so apparently it's popping up. It's just not popping up on my side of the screen. All right, that's this. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, hold on. Nope, it's not popping up on my side. So anyway, we'll continue with the show. I can see it on the playback. It's popping up, but I don't see it. All right, anyway. Shout out to the Negroid delegation and Blue Baggins. Okay. We got our brother Blue Baggins says, Coach, you are being way too hard on Jamie. All she did was get banged on the video. Sincerely, the church in the ecclesiastical marriage can fix her. Jamie who? Who's Jamie? I'm a little bit surprised. I don't know who that is. All right, I'm trying to look at this like, who the hell is Jamie? Am I missing something? All right, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know here. Let me see. I want to say.
Wait a minute.
Who is Jamie?
Are you?
Is this is another show that I talked about? I don't even know who I'm talking about. Shout out to our brother. It is Boss Squeeze in the building. He says, if you work for a Fortune 500 company and you only want hookups, is it okay to post a picture of me in front of the sign of the company? All right. Yeah, I don't know.
What you say?
All right. Coach, you the next level with it. Oh, yes, we the next level with it. We told you we're going to be the next level with it. All right. The free agent lifestyle. Who's enjoying the free agent lifestyle at this particular point? It's the next level of the free agent lifestyle. It's the next freaking level. And we've been telling you what the next level is. And are you ready for it? Let me see if we are ready for the sound effect, by the way. It's going crazy. It is the boss up level of the free agent lifestyle. Right? You know, it's just doing it and doing it well. We do have some Cash Apps, and I do want to remind you for the people on the Cash App that I don't have full access to the Cash App, but we'll try to get, because I think there's a co-sponsorship over there. I did get a notification that there's some work over there, so I'm gonna just go check it out. Let me see if there's some. Let me see. All right, activity. Shout out to our brother. It is Octopus. Oh, he said, "Don't block me on Locals." All right, yeah, don't block me on Locals. Listen. We've had a couple of people jump over on Locals recently because, listen, I get it, man. You trying to find the CGA stream as much as you can. And you want to be a part of the community. You want to be a part of what goes on over here. So what happens is, and I had to educate a member of the Shield of this because he's enthusiastic, he's excited. He's starting his YouTube journey. He's traveling. He's bossed up, right? And he gets excited. And so he wants to kind of share the message with everybody and tell everybody what he knows. But the problem is there's still trolls over on locals. All right. And because locals is not like the money mindset, you got to pay. With locals, it's free. All right. The free, you don't get to watch my streams, but you get to participate for free. And as a result, some people be over there trolling. Some people even pay to troll over there. All right. You're like, y'all paid to troll? So sometimes you got to chin check some trolls. We got to go ahead and make them pay up. All right. I mean, let me see how serious you are. Or do you want to go over here and troll? So we can't let the trolls get going inactive. So sometimes I got to test the troll out. How serious do you want to be over here? And I say, pay up. All right. Pay up. Shout out to our brother. It is Mr. Rook. Okay. We got you, Mr. Octopus. All right. He passed the test. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brothers. We're going to call you Simeon. He says your Mitch slappings keep me on point. Thank you. Yeah, bro. Shout out to you. Okay. And Jermaine says, we're going to say right here, you've been to Lapa. Shout out to you. Enjoy the Peens. I guess that's what you're saying. Renting my U.S. home and living in the Philippines. Shout out to Jermaine there for sure. But yeah, man, we got some people over there that's over they're over on locals. And what happens is what I have to do on locals. Let me see if I can get signed in the Venmo. And I have to make sure that a lot of people understand that there's a price for information. You can't just post things over there for the normal crowd because there's a lot of hate watchers over there. There's a lot of people that just want to see what CGA is doing. And they're constantly be watching and monitoring what I'm doing, meaning that they'll come over to the members, the private page to get information, to gauge how successful the program is going, how to work it. I mean, I've had content creators, a few, not that many, contact me about locals, which I learned from the legendary Better Bachelor. And I was actually able to go to the local studio and talk to the CEO and the marketing manager and all of that. So shout out to the people over at Locals. When I was in Miami, Florida, I went to their studio. But what happens is a lot of content creators don't know how to leverage their brand. And a lot of men in the men's space that I'm gladly not a part of anymore, these people don't know how to leverage their expertise. And thus they have a guilt associated with making money. So when they see CGA making money, they say, well, how's that possible? Right? Because we're supposed to be helping men, ass niggas. And we're not supposed to be out here leveraging our expertise and making brands out here. We're supposed to just be doing it for the spirit of it. We're supposed to just be helping men, which is odd because the same men that want men to help me to help, I'm supposed to just help you. All right, y'all out doing the stanky leg, crab legs, lamb chops and hookah, dating fat bitches, Tinder premium and gold. All right, knocking your head against the wall, paying $800 to $1,200 a month in child support. All right, fucking over your life, smoking dope every day. You out here playing with the expert level 99 level NBA 2K franchise that you bought. But I'm supposed to help you for free, ass nigga. I'm supposed to be the one to find solutions for your fucked up life that you fucked up. Remember, you fucked up your life. All right, not women. You fucked it up, and I'm telling you to boss up. But I'm supposed to do it for the strength of it. All right, I'm supposed to do it for the game. Well, the game is to be sold, not told. All right, y'all love pimping in game so much, but I'm supposed to be out here on the strength of it. All right, entertaining you motherfuckers. All right, giving you free information and shit, solving your pussy ass problems that you cause, nigga. All right, fuck you. And your mama and your uncle and your auntie and your bald-headed granny with the polka dot panties. Fuck you and your whole fucked up life. All right, you can kiss my whole black ass when it comes to that shit. All right, anyway, with that being said, With that being said, you fuck up your life fucking up your life, paying on dates, and then you want me to come over here. Well, we are supposed to be helping men helping men, ass niggas. Well, so anyway, the point that I was making here, the point I was making is a lot of content creators don't know how to leverage their brand. Social media is a business. It's a brand. All right. Everybody at YouTube that's watching my live stream right now, pressing the button, ready to ban me like a motherfucker, right? They're all getting paid. So are all the rest of the content creators. But for some reason, men are not supposed to be getting paid, ass nigga. He's over here grifting and creating codes. Man, fuck you. And your motherfucking mama. Hey, man, why would I teach men to boss up and then be doing shit for free? All right. I'm a boss. Therefore, I motherfucking write checks. All right. So anyway. All right. Goof ass niggas. All right. Niggas over here eating motherfucking at the goddamn Golden Corral every night. When I'm supposed to be doing for the strength of it. Helping men. We're helping men. All right. No, I help men. I don't do this for fun. I do this for funds. With that being said, Venmo is jammed up. So if you donated via Venmo, sorry. All right. It is a mess. It is a mess. Coach, man, I can't afford your course. Well, you can't afford to monetize date. Sit your punk ass now. Do I have to make shit? Do I have to motherfucking make shit clear? This is crazy. Okay, you can't afford the course. You can't afford to monetize date. The course is not for you. Stay broke dating if you want. Broke nigga. All right, what the fuck you want me to do? Like I was supposed to make it affordable so you can explore the option. Let me see if I can explore this. It was supposed to be $195. So yo motherfucking ass can think about doing it. Let me think about doing it. So bitch ass niggas can just copy my course and verbatim, and in 5 years from now, they sound like me. No, if you want to copy my fucking course and my talking points, you're going to have to pay. Pay up. All right, anyway, because these motherfuckers be out here riffing my whole goddamn swag. Paul Pierce going to be doing my course in a minute. Well, he does. He knows about it. Shout out to Kaylin says, just finished watching the Diddy doc. Congrats on your appearance, by the way. One of his female performers agreed with you on Cassie. She believed Cassie wanted Diddy to marry her. Do you think that was a mistake on his part, given what has happened since? Let me tell you, I don't want to keep bringing that up, but I guess it's hot topic now. It's the #1 show on Netflix. And by the way, Netflix bought Warner Brothers. So let's say goodbye to the old days of Netflix. Okay, let's just say the old Netflix is dead. Okay, we have a new Netflix coming up here. And where's my sound effects? This is crazy. Netflix will be $150 at some particular point. Okay, so the whole $15, $20 Netflix is gone. But the #1 show on Netflix features a short clip of CGA, Hollywood CGA at that. Okay, I had to break away. But if Diddy would have done this thing, he would have been able to keep Cassie in his back pocket. And it's not marrying her, although she did want to marry. You got to remember, Diddy barely didn't even marry Kim Porter. Rest in peace to Kim Porter. So the marriage idea was far-fetched, even though Cassie was somewhat of a delusional participant in her own demise. If he would have given her a baby, then she would have been good. Okay. All right. If he would have gave her a baby, she would have been good. Because that means she would have been on that child support. She would have been able to be taken care of. But when she realized this, and you guys got to realize this, when you use a woman's years in her youth and you dismiss her with nothing to show for it, you can guarantee, I don't care if you are broke nigga, she gonna make you pay for that. She gonna make you pay. So if he would have given her a baby, that would have solved the majority of the problem. And I don't know why he didn't give her a baby. Because he gave that Ling a baby, right? So, you know what I mean? It was like, what?
What kind of fuck you give me?
So he gave that Ling in Newport Beach a baby. Okay. So there was a couple of tipping points for Cassie. And the one tipping point was the Young Miami girl getting broadcast all over the world. Just, you know, she was doing the same thing as Cassie was doing, willingly talking about getting pissed on. So that was the first shoe to drop. Well, that was the second shoe to drop. The first shoe to drop that people don't remember, was that there was an Asian woman in Orange County that had Diddy's baby. All right. And that at that point, She was being taken care of. Now, at this point, she's with Alex Fine, and this nigga's doing personal training sessions with MILFs. So you got to think about this, where Cassie's like, wait a minute. Okay, damn. We over here broke. I done got trains and orgies ran on me. I done the most despicable things in the name of Diddy to you. And you went over there and knocked up that Ling in Orange County. Look it up. Pull it up. That was a tipping point for Cassie. That was one of those things that Cassie looked at, and she was like, holy shit. All right, Diddy. Let me see your baby mama. Where's the Asian woman? And I reported on this at that time. Let me see. Her name is Dana T. Dana Tran is her name. AKA a Ling. All right, my sound effects. I see there's a problem with that.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, Dana Tran. And I reported on this when it actually happened in real time. When this happened, and it was during COVID, all right, that probably was Cassie set Cassie off. Right here. This Ling right here. And if you know anything about Lings, they get jealous really quickly, especially when it's another Ling. All right, they you know what I mean? Like, they might have their issues with white women. They might have their issues. Like, if he knocked up a black woman, Cassie might not have said anything, but maybe not. But Cassie is half Ling. She might be full Ling. She's a Pina. She's a Pina.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Or she's at least half Pina. Then he knocked up what is she? An Oriental?
What kind of fuck you give me?
We say Oriental live here in Asia.
What kind of fuck you give me? I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
For the young people who don't know, I went full Archie Bunker here. All right, Oriental is what we used to call Asians in the early 80s. All right.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, hey, listen, Asian people, listen, I have some nerve here. All right, jumping from country to country, calling them Orientals live on.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, the king of Philippines might not let me out of here. Certainly the king of Thailand might not let me in there. All right, but anyway, for the young people, Oriental is probably related to food or rugs, not to people. But you cannot tell people from Vietnam this. All right, they came and fought the war in Vietnam, and they came back. Everything was Oriental. All right, but anyway. All right, anyway, shout out to the land of the Orient and the land of the rising sun, Japan, but I call all of this the land of the rising sun. All right, so anyway, this show is already off the rails. Let's stop with the bullshit. Anyway, the point, Caitlin, was if he would have knocked up Cassie, she would have went for the okie doke a little longer, because that would have been $30K a month in child support, at least $30K a month. But anyway, and J Cool says, he says, Coach, have you ever had a good cigar on your Far East trip yet? Also, F those Mitches and Red Pill Rangers that are 6 years behind. I remember the Red Pill was to bring us to the after pill and teach us to be authentic, not to get women to change. I was thinking that the other day. All right, I might have posted it on Twitter. I know my Twitter is automatically posts, so sometimes I don't remember what I post or when it posts. But yeah, dude, the Red Pill, when did the Red Pill become Captain Save-A-Hose? All right, we need to change women. The Red Pill essentially was men getting the truth and learning how to adapt to the truth. All right, not this whole we need to ecclesiastically fix women and black men too. You know, Andrew Wilson's goofy ass. I had to set his ass straight. He's been exposed. Y'all didn't want to let me expose him. Okay, balls. All right, but now the rest of y'all let that white Lily Lintlicker bull dagger expose her. For some reason, y'all didn't want to let me do it. Y'all criticize me when I do it. She did the same thing, all right, with a little bit more information, and it exposed him to be a lame, goofy-ass ecclesiastical simp. But with that said, when did the rest of the Manosphere jump in here defending his approach to changing women? All right, we need to change it, and we need to change the laws, and we need to have workarounds. That has never been a part of what people call the Manosphere or the Red Pill. All right, with that being said, fuck the Red Pill and the Manosphere. Fuck them with a whole capital large middle finger right in their Duke shoe. Pause. But I even see Myron on this whole crusade defending Andrew Wilson, and even the purple pill Black Manosphere, the Black Manosphere, and I got a bone to pick. Pause with the Black Manosphere. Okay, and it's not necessarily the Black Manosphere. It is the people who are I would call them the Kevin Samuelites, the Kevin Samuel acolytes, because Kevin Samuels kind of got into that. We need to fix the community, and this is how we do it. And proposing marriage after he'd been divorced twice. And he wasn't married at the time. Y'all criticized Pearl Davis for not being married. Kevin Samuels wasn't married at the time, promoting marriage. Neither is this fucking Lily Lintlicker, alleged bulldagger, Cheyenne Bryant. She ain't married neither. She ain't married. She a fucking side chick for a young nigga. and how the fuck is she a relationship coach? She a shy. I mean, come on. Come on, man. This thing, man, has gone off sideways. That's why I got to go by myself. Pause. It's Hollywood CGA. Fuck the rest. We got these dudes out here. Like, what are y'all solving? And here's I'm getting off track here because I do have to talk about this. The black men that push content trying to change black women, you got to be the dumbest Negroes in captivity at this particular point in history. At this particular point. And it is mind-boggling the amount of content. I know I'm stuck with these suggestions coming across because I kind of was doing content like this and I follow people and then you follow me and then you like their shit. So then I see it all on my Instagram. The dumbest Negroes in captivity are these Negroes constantly trying to change black women and trying to make them aware of who they should be. They should be Coretta Scott King and all this shit. Them black women ain't going nowhere, right? They ain't changing. Not for you broke ass niggas. Not for you budget traveling ass niggas. Not for you no passport having. They ain't gonna change a cotton picking thing. They're not changing shit. And to be fair, if I was a black woman, I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change for none of you Negroids, right? You goofy ass Philadelphia, Kofi wearing ass Negroids, broke, no job having niggas either. I wouldn't change for none of you goofy ass niggas either at all. All right, you niggas are pathetic in my motherfucking mind. Like, why the fuck would black women even change? Speaking of black women, Cheyenne Bryant. All right, we're gonna talk about Cheyenne Bryant here coming up. Anyway, let's get some laughs going. Thank you for the support here. I do this for you, the people. All right, the people. All right, and we'll do it Straggle with Sniggle Thief.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Okay, we got the sound effects going. Okay, let's get this right here. Damn, I got like 50 screens going on. All right. Constantly complain about black women on there like they gonna change tomorrow. They're not. Anyway, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got Straggles and Snigs, and we have two white boys from Texas A&M University being interviewed by a black woman. All right, apparently here, and they went feral for this particular piece of commentary that we're gonna watch here on your screen on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's take you to Texas A&M University with Connor and Hunter. And a whole black woman here. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Hey y'all, it's Naj. We're at North Gateway.
Caden Kuntz, Jake, Jimmy.
All right, I got one question. What are 3 red flags in a relationship?
Shit, ask him first.
Going out without telling someone, being with a black guy before, and wait, let him get to. Let me think of a good one.
When she's talking to an ex, when she's in bed with you, when she hangs out the black man before you.
Oh my goodness.
And here, go back to him now. I got
Jesus.
3's a lot.
Like when you're on FaceTime and shit, like you've been drinking and they just keep pausing and shit, or like they're always like, hey, go get another one, or like turn their phone the other way. That's, I mean,
I got a good one. When they try to put you on a leash. That's a red flag when they try to put you on a leash.
Okay, y'all have girlfriends or no?
Nah, I got side pieces though.
yeah.
Okay. Would you rather? So in the case that you did have a girl, Would you rather your girl cheat on you with 5 white guys or 1 black guy?
5 white guys, dude. If that's a black guy, you're fucked. Once you go black, you never go back.
Oh,
That's the real
all right. Anybody offended by this, you're crazy. All right. Shout out to these white boys here for keeping it real in 2026. All right. 2026 around the corner here. Shout out to them. Uh-oh. What's going on my screen out here? Let me see here. We got to get the clap going. Shout out to them for keeping it real. All right. They would rather their white girlfriend get a train ran on her by 5 white guys than to have 1 nigga hit her skins. This is, this does explain a lot. We knew this already. If you didn't know this already, right, I don't know where you've been. We've been doing this. He said, once you go black, you never go back. All right. You never come back. And meaning that you can't come back. It's not that you won't come back. It's not that she's stuck over there. It's like, we ain't taking you back. AKA shout out to Paul Mooney right there. Talking to a whole black woman there. They like, nope. All right. She's ruined. All right. There they are right there. Do not mess up their careers. All right. They're going to actually be what, they don't have a career. All right. Where they come from, they don't have a career. 4-H, where does their career? Wowzers. Here we go right here. That's funny. Straggle Sniggle Theater presses on. We have a black guy that says black people. His name is Andre Williams, USA. All right. Shout out to Andre Williams, USA. He has some things to say about the Negroid community. Let's go ahead and let Andrew tell it. Okay.
See how easy that was, black people?
Oh.
You put the battery in the smoke detector. We look like fucking fools and clowns when we have this shit beeping in every video or everything that we do. It looks terrible. Just like these houses in Detroit look terrible. It's like the majority of our black cities look fucking terrible. And our image and representation is terrible. Do better, black people.
Oh.
If you want to support me, go to my Patreon.
All right, we ain't doing all that. All right, there's this Thanksgiving message here. This is a few weeks late that I'm showing this, maybe 2 weeks. That was his conversation there. And look at that ramshackled ass, the bottoms over there, over in Detroit. Every Midwest city looks like this. All right. And he said them smoke detectors in the background got to go. Yes, put a battery in it. I actually showed you there was a supposedly information about the schizophrenic trauma that minorities experience by believing that the smoke detector battery beeping is an indicator that it works. You can't make this shit up. Yes. And we're supposed to believe that they were more likely to experience trauma as a result of them not knowing that the battery was needing to be replaced. There's also a lot of people who perish in fires believing that the beeping lets them know that it works. And when it stops beeping, that it indeed doesn't work anymore. So their house goes up in flame and they don't realize that, all right, that the smoke detector battery, it doesn't work anymore. It stopped working. So there it is right there. And he said, clean up these neighborhoods and brush your teeth. All right, and brush your teeth. But yeah, we talk about that all the time. All right, we got another video here on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got a lot going on here. And we have a content creator who I'm not going to show. I'm not going to name their name. All right, so let me see if I can hide their name. Here we go right here. Yep. Okay, we gotta show it here in a minute here, and hopefully I can show this on the YouTube screen. Let's take a look here. We don't need the audio here, but take a look. It says POV, how to deal with negative comments. POV, how to deal with negative comments, and take a look at what you see on your screen right now. Let's see if we can get this going on right here.
Skinny black dude, slick white girl.
Yeah.
Skinny black big white girl.
And she's super duper thick, is what the niggas call her thick. All right, that's obese. All right, that's not thick at all. That's fat. All right, so when we can get this straight, that's on the fat side. All right, that's on the fat side, and he's not skinny, but he's not fat. He definitely is in good shape. He can be in better shape, but of course, niggas are losers. You know what I mean? They just be losers forever. All right, they don't grow up until they're 50. All right, they bang low-hanging fruit just because it's for free. All right, it's free. All right, yeah, and there it is. Oh, she supports me. I make money off of her ass nigga. Like, this is crazy work. And apparently they're getting negative comments on their feed. And it says, should we even address the comments? I mean, what do you want us to not say about this situation right here?
Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl.
And not to say that most of us ain't banged a white girl like that, but we definitely ain't showing her in public. We ain't parading the bitch around. That's for damn sure. All right, she ain't getting prime time, and she making more money. Y'all think I'm making money off my girl? Ass niggas. All right, I'll tell you, low hanging fruit. And we also have another video here that I'm going to show you from the same group, apparently here. But they have, I'm thinking she has an OnlyFans. OnlyFans definitely detected, and she goes by several names. Okay, several names, but I'm not going to promote their page because you niggas will go over there and spend money over there and then blame me for grifting later on. Okay, you'll spend $12 a month on her OnlyFans and then blame me for grifting a book for 8 years for $12. All right, but anyway, take a look at your screen right here. There it is.
Skinny black dude,
Oh man,
skinny black dude, big white girl.
Jesus.
Skinny black dude, white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl.
And there you go, right? Yes, I mean, whew. I mean, in broad daylight, niggas. I'm telling you, this is and she thinks she a baddie too, and you can't tell her. Oh man, I don't know if I can show that part right there. All right, she thinks she's a baddie. You cannot tell her nothing. She swears she's a baddie because dudes online starve for her. I mean, listen. I mean, that's what it is. All right, and you could ask Giz, and look at that sausage casing right there, and he dressing her too. Look at this goofy. Look at this, bro. Look at this. And how many niggas hit this? You already know a line full of niggas hit. Raw. Bound down the back of her throat. And there it is. I live off of her for free. All right. She buys me stuff off of her money that she makes, ass nigga. All right. Anyway, enough about that. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have two more. We have, back in the day, women used to be different. All right. They used to be loyal. Women used to be loyal. Women used to be about their man. They weren't all hypersexualized. They dressed modestly. And they ecclesiastically loved their husbands. All right. We got those guys out here that believe women were different in the past. Perhaps this is AI. Perhaps it is not. We have allegedly a dementia patient. And it says how dementia patients communicate with you as a CNA. All right. And a CNA allegedly is recording these dementia patients talking reckless. All right. And so let's go ahead and see what this dementia patient, this whole white woman, has to say about anything.
I'm a woman. Hear me roar.
Oh,
What you like, honey?
I like a nice man with a big dick.
oh,
What can I say? That simplify everything. And they got to know what to do with it. Some have one, they just let it sit there in their pants all day. That ain't no fun for them or the woman.
You looking like
And honey, I'm a woman.
oh.
Where the white women at?
White women do come out of their shell when they have dementia or drunk
Hey, where the white women at?
or on coca. Did you see Tara Reid? Apparently, she loves to get dick down.
Where the white women at?
All right, she loves it. She's saying some of you niggas qualify for what they're saying. You keeping it in your pants. Ain't nothing worse than a nigga having his meat in his pants.
I'm a woman. Hear me roar.
Hear me roar. Ugh.
what you like, honey?
I like a nice man with a big dick.
Oh my goodness.
Why do I have to work? I am
Wait a minute.
sexy. I am sexy.
All right, yeah, she said like there. Ugh. And she still want to get throttled.
What can I say? That simplify everything.
Mm.
And they got to know what to do with it.
Oh my goodness. All right, you got to know what to do with it, she said. She said, bring it over here. I'll show you what to do with all of that. All right, I got it right here. There it is right there. Okay, we don't got the sound effect going right there, but I'll find it in a minute. All right, but she know what to do with it. Give you that gummy. You can put it right in between her teeth right there.
Some have one, they just let it sit there in their pants all day.
She talking about y'all. All right, talking about y'all. Talking your moral crusade. Sitting in your pants all day. Out here, she out there dropping that neck all over somebody's meat.
That ain't no fun for them or the woman.
It ain't no fun. Look at Granny. And something tells me some black male CNA smashed that. Because look at her hair. Although people do look crazy when they old, they don't give a fuck. She got the damn psycho hair going on here. All right, like it's a wig on twisted sideways with the gray hair. Something tells me somebody been taking advantage of this woman. Now, I don't know if it's a crime to smash a dementia patient, but it got to be a crime. Somebody been hitting this. Somebody been giving her back shots, all on her liver spot, on her back. All right, this is a disgrace. You men are a disgraceful bunch of human beings. All right, she said, I can throw that thing back, throw that ass in a circle. And on Straggle and Sniggle Theater, this is a funny so-called skit, if you want. And we have, this woman says, it says, POV, making polite conversation with your friends with benefits before hooking up. All right, they're literally telling us the game. For anybody that has a friends with benefits or a JUCO or any of these, you know this awkward conversation that you have before you come over there and smash. You know how it happens, right? You really don't care about the person, but you got to fake like you care. How was your day? All right, when you just want to come in and just get naked. All right, I had a friends with benefit once, and I used to talk to her, and just was realizing that she would just trigger me so I can smash her like crazy. And then I figured out, well, why don't I just walk in the door and just grab her by the neck and push her on the wall and then drag her by her hair to the bedroom and choke her. So the minute I switched it up and said, you know what, fuck all this talking. Let me just come right through the door and grab her by the neck. And as soon as I did that, peace leave was leaking. No awkward conversation. No, we're here to fuck. And so what this woman is going to say here, the awkward conversation you have with your friends with benefits before you smash. Here we go.
Yeah, all right. Not enjoying the weather though.
No, yeah, no, I got caught in the rain a couple of times.
Yeah. How's your mum's chemo?
Yeah, she's getting through it. You know what it's like. But she's okay. She's okay. Thank you for asking.
Do you want to?
Oh, what happened? All right. Do you want to what? Oh, they cut off the rest. They cut off the best part. My internet going crazy. Okay, that's the best part that they cut off. All right, we're gonna have to refresh the screen, but let me see if I can stop sharing right there. That was the best part. She was about to get to it. All right, my internet going crazy.
I just want to say.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, let's try it again. That was the punchline. They were about to do the punchline right there. So let's see if we can roll it back again.
Yeah, all right. Not enjoying the weather though.
No, yeah, no, I got caught in the rain a couple of times.
Yeah. How's your mum's chemo?
Yeah, she's getting through it. You know what it's like. But she's okay. She's okay. Thank you for asking.
Do you want to
get my willy out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, drop that neck right there. That's the punchline right there.
Thanks.
There it is.
I'm glad you came along, partner. I want to sing a song just for you. Because you're my special friend. You're my special friend.
Yeah.
It's barbecue in there.
Yeah, you want to just, what are we doing? All right, yeah, how's your mom? Good. All right, how's your job? Good. How was the drive over? Good. All right, guess what? Drop that neck. All right, what the fuck?
I like to get dominated.
All right, we here to fuck. All right, who cares about all that? How's your job? Yep. Did you get a promotion? Not really. All right, you had a job interview. How did that go? Fine. All right, let's get naked.
I like to get dominated.
All right, she was like, who cares about all that other shit? Hey, you know what I'm here for. You know what time it is. All right, and she will not tell you this is your future wife right here. These are your future wives. Talking about, I've never had a one-night stand ass bitch. Okay.
How have you been lately?
And look how she's looking. She ain't completely disinterested. Let's just fuck. I know it's safe. All right. You're not going to get me pregnant. If you do, I'm going to abort it. We've already agreed to these things here. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Not enjoying the weather though.
No, yeah, no, I got caught in the rain a couple of times.
And I don't know if you guys know this. I'm not a relationship or a dating coach. I'm not even a life coach. I'm Coach Greg Adams. I'm CGA. Here's the thing. A lot of you guys don't realize you talk yourself out of vagina. Okay, if the woman is at your house or she's meeting you, she kind of wants to fuck. It's just a matter of where you're going to take her and how you're going to lead and how you're going to take control. Now, that's a thin line between punani and domestic violence and sexual assault. It's a very thin line. We acknowledge that over here. Sometimes you don't know. But some of you guys are talking yourself out of it. She ready to go. She ready to drop. She like, I'm here. Okay. Now she might be like, I can't believe he tried to kiss me. You guys are dating normies. All right. We're not talking about normie bitches. All right. Bitches like Cheyenne Bryant. Whore. Yep. But you guys are trying to have conversations, trying to get her to submit, giving her ecclesiastical scriptures, and you're trying to get her to, you're trying to get black women to come back to be Coretta Scott King. And they sitting over there like, oh boy, I wish he'd just grab me by my neck. I wish he would just pull my hair. You know what I mean? They're there. And a lot of dudes don't realize this. And your most awkward moments is not taking control of the situation. And thus it makes it awkward. And then she has to respond awkwardly. And a lot of guys are going to say, well, why doesn't she take control? Well, you're going to think she's a whore. That's why. All right. You're already scared of hoes. And a lot of you guys don't like that. You like hoes, but you like hoes that you think you're going to dominate. But if she takes control and it just jumps on you and then grabs you by the neck, you're not going to be ready for it.
Yeah. How's your mom's chemo?
Yeah, she's getting through it, you know what it's like, But
yep, and she like, yeah, nigga, yeah. Whatever, nigga. All right, yeah, whatever. Yep, getting through it.
She's okay. She's okay. Thank you for asking.
Yep, there it is right there. Yeah. You talking about paying 50-50 for relationships. All right, you're trying to do relationships and, 50-50 and submitting and red pill and feminism. You boring her to death. She's sitting here like, what about this? All right, that's what she wants to do.
Do you want to
get my willy out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. There. Do what you came here to do, baby. Hey, that's a winner right there. Shout out to her right there. That's a real winner. Okay.
It's barbecue in there.
All right. Anyway, enough about that. Giving you guys relationship and dating advice in 2025. Good luck with that. Anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Good morning. We back in here. Shout out to the Coach Gang, the free agent lifestyle, the best lifestyle of all time. We out here living it. Shout out to our brother. We're going to call you on the Cash App, MRS. I am Hotep. He says, past due tuition from a broke ass niggy. Shout out to you, Bane, our brother here. His name is I am Hotep. From a broke niggy. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate y'all for being here. It's been great. Let me go over to the Ko-Fi. Venmo's still acting up, just so you guys know. Venmo is tripping. But let's get to it, man. We go in first class. We got our brother. It is Big P. Pause. He says, Coach, I grew up in the streets of Patrice O'Neal, and I'm ahead of the game. What you're saying, how it is, what you're saying now, it's sad guys still don't understand women's nature. Shout out to you, Big P. Pause. Patrice O'Neal, the legend, Men are far behind. They're far too gone. And you're right about this. They don't understand women. Remember, you can love women or you can understand them. You can't do both. And Patrice O'Neal, rest in peace, did a lot to expose to men the realities of what to deal with. But he was easily dismissed because he was overweight. He was a black guy at that particular time, and he wasn't wealthy. So they were easily able to dismiss him on, and it ain't gonna work for me. And he was opinionated and shortly. Okay, we're back. All right, we're back here temporarily. Oh, traveling. Yes, it's the Philippines. In terms of developed nations, not so much. All right, but it's nice where I am. That's for damn sure. Let me see where we're at. Okay, there's my camera over there. Let me see what camera we're working at. There's the camera. It's back. We'll do it live. All right, I do have that sound effect somewhere. But yep, people are leaving. But Big P, man, look, a lot of men have come and gone. Mark Rudolph, Patrice O'Neal, even comedians like Eddie Murphy tried to put y'all up on game before he became famous, and he said, "I'm not going to fumble the bag." A lot of guys have been trying to put men on the understanding of women and accepting who they are, and then negotiating from a point of leverage to get what you want from them. Right? But some men don't want to do that. Some men want to fight for the honor, and we need to provide and give safety to women and all of this goofy shit that is a fantasy. And it's sad to see men try to live this out. And then when I, for instance, don't support that, then you think I'm a nihilist. Chris Rock used to give you some insights on understanding the position of men being married and whatnot, but they can only go so far in the detail. Another one is Tom Likas. Right, these men before me. And when I talk about the current stages, I came up with this, I came up with that. We all know that the men like Mark Rudolph, Patrice O'Neal, Tom Likas, they preceded me. And there were men that preceded those guys. When I say that I came from a time where I felt like I made an impact, I'm talking about modern times. I'm talking about YouTube and the internet. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about AM and FM radio and this type of thing. That was a whole generation before. So much so that most people, and let me get this straight, most people that know of these people today never listened to these people when they were alive. Okay? So when people try to go back and give them back credit, and then you say, well, CGA, these guys preceded you. Not on the internet. Right? They did on AM and FM radio. That was a time before. Okay. We're talking about internet generation. We're talking about generation now. We're not talking about the radio. So that when you got, other than the guy Big P who grew up in the streets of Patrice O'Neal, most people that know of these people didn't even listen to them when they were alive or when they were saying it in real time. You're listening to me in real time, saying it in real time on the real time platform, on the same platform. You guys were watching replays of time like this from 20 years in the past. those are not the same. That's not the same category of impact that we're talking about. So when I go up there and I give myself credit, and then you throw out Patrice O'Neal or Tom Likas, you wasn't listening to Tom Likas live. You were watching Tom Likas replays on the MGTOW channel. Same thing as Bill Burr. Bill Burr, you were watching Bill Burr replays. Talk to Bill Burr today and ask him to co-sign any of that shit he said 15 years ago. And he wasn't saying it on the internet. Well, he kind of was doing it a little bit on the internet, but most of his shit was on stand-up comedy and all of that shit. All right, but get Bill Burr to co-sign any of that shit that y'all saw back in the day. He ain't gonna do it. Okay. Kevin Samuels, as far as I'm concerned, was after me. All right, and everybody can see that if you know the timeline. Kevin Samuels was after me. All right, so I don't consider him preceding me or even standing side by side with me. I kind of blew up before him, so he kind of took it from my not from me, but he took it from there. So Kevin Samuels didn't even precede me. So anyway, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. But a lot of people didn't try to do this stuff and try to figure out where it is. Even the Passport Bros popularity did not precede me. All right, I was prior to that. So when you see me talking about free agent lifestyle and traveling, and then you say, well, it's just the Passport Bros, guys, I preceded all of that. I didn't precede the notion of it, but I preceded the popularity of it. But yeah, that's why I give myself a lot of credit where people want to take away the credit. And also, guess what? Men are in love, women are in business. All right. Men are in love, women are in business. Ass nigga. Yeah, Kevin Samuels used to watch my evening live stream before he went on. All right. So, and that was before he was popular. He would be watching my show. Then he came on after my show because my show was more popular at that particular point. And he would super chat during my show. And sometimes his commentary on his video would be almost what I was just previously talking about. So my show was the 5 o'clock slot. You guys know about these slots where they were talking about Fresh and Fit, and Kevin Samuels had the late night slot. People don't realize the reason they had that 7 o'clock slot, which was 10 o'clock on the East Coast, was because I had the slot before it. And nobody wanted to go against me. Neither Fresh or Fit or Kevin Samuels did not want to go while I was going. That's one of the reasons they had that late slot. Okay? Like that, people don't remember that part. And people are like, nah, coach. Yep, it was me. I had that slot before, which was, I believe it was 5 o'clock West Coast time, 8 o'clock, or it was like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock West Coast time. I had that slot. Nobody was going against me on that slot. I think Dr. BOA did a little bit. All right, but nobody was going to, I had that slot motherfucking solidified. That's why they went after that. And people were like, they was bigger than you. No, they weren't. Neither one of them weren't. Neither one of them weren't. I was both bigger than them at that particular point. That was right when Fresh and Fit had just started becoming popular. And Kevin Samuels was trying to get it going. And they chose that slot because I had the previous slot. With that being said, revisionist history. A lot of people don't know that. And I do have to remind people of who I am. I'm the notorious one. I'm Coach Greg Adams, author of The Free Agent Lifestyle. People don't, I have to do a better job of telling people who I am. I was homeless. Okay. I was married for 10 years, almost 10 years, got divorced, lived in my car, transitioned from my career and family to single lifestyle, divorcee lifestyle, and wrote a book called The Free Agent Lifestyle, in which the idea was to get men to elevate their lifestyle in the absence of need of validation for women. And it's been very successful for me. And it's very successful for the men that have followed it. And at this particular point, it's not me even selling this lifestyle. We're living it, but I'm basically demonstrating it. While you guys are still struggling to get Black women to change, right? We're going to get these Black women to change. Coach, what's the solution? How do we get sisters? You're not going to get it. Shout out to our brother Miles says, Coach, I was rewatching your amazing speeches at the 21 convention, which is a conservative platform. However, most of the women in the audience seem very liberal. Did you notice the conservative women were cosplaying even back then? There were some conservative women there, but there were some liberal women in the audience that were invited by other men. Okay. So the 21 convention, shout out to Anthony Johnson. He text messaged me the other day. He had a great, significant legal victory in his life. Congratulations to him. But yes, the 21 convention, the women that were causing the most problems in the audience were invited by other men that were going to the 21 convention. Yes. So, invited them right into the fray, which is crazy. But, I can see why when men are trying to become better, they do it in the absence of women, because once women come in there, they distract. So interesting shit. Shout out to you, Miles C. Key himself, and the conservative women that were in the audience, I don't know if they were cosplaying, but most of them were older women. Key himself, I found a new spot in South America with a bunch of JUCOs, absolutely no niggas. I'll send you a message about it. Please don't tell nobody. I won't. Shout out to our brother. It is Mr. Matt Wilson is in the building. Shout out to you. No relation to Andrew Wilson. Ombre Lobo says, Coach Gang recently had a slump buster from my past to pop back up and wants real love now. I told her, nope. She's 46, no kids, never married, and is a pastor now. She also says she weighs 311 pounds. Now after losing 38 pounds. Give me feedback on this one. Respect. Men with no leverage and options. You guys will do the most ridiculous, despicable things, and even entertaining this woman and not giving her a sense of understanding of what position she's in. 46, no goes home for me. We'll fuck though. I'll fuck a 46-year-old woman. All right, but in terms of taking her seriously and dating her seriously, no. And she's never been married, no kids. She wants a real love now. She's now figured out her life, and now she's a pastor, oxymoron, woman pastor. Now she weighs 311 pounds, and she wants you to go ahead and, do the right thing. All right, let's do the right thing. Absolutely crazy. Shout out to Jacob Rivera says, ha ha, fake doctor, I'm crying. She's an ecclesiastical doctor. Joking, that damn woman. YouTube Trash Talker, I saw your debut on Netflix. They are watching. Yes, they are. Shout out to our brothers here. The New World Order is watching CGA. They've been watching me for a long time. And as you can tell, I'm one of the people that people have a hard time like associating their message with. The military used to call it, I can't remember what the military used to call it, but people have a hard time associating with me because I'm very confident in my message. I'm strong. My message is not for the weak at heart. And there's too much truth, even for a person that is so-called red pill. Like the guys like Tim Pool and all them, they ain't gonna associate with me. They ain't got no time for that. All right, even the Manosphere guys, they have a hard time associating with it because they're still trying to pitch spinning plates and pickup artistry. Then you got, then you got the other guys, the Black Manosphere. I'm untouchable over there. They won't touch me over there because I don't pander to black people. Like I could give fuck a left. I could give a fuck less than for black people. And somebody said it's because I'm short. That's absolutely ignorant. Like that's the most ignorant statement you can actually make. All right. It's not, I don't even know why that would even be cross your mind because there's I'm taller than a lot of your podcast friends out here. All right. But that's complete ignorance there. All right. And then, like the Black Manosphere, the Black Manosphere, like they don't, like, I don't pander to black women. I don't try to correct black women. I don't care about the black community. So, they call me all kind of sellouts and Uncle Toms. So they didn't know what to do with me. Like, they don't know what to do with me. I don't fit in any category. So I don't fit in the category over there. The Clanosphere, white boys don't like me in the Manosphere. Most of them don't. So but what they do is they watch me. They're all watching me. They watch everything that I do. They watch and take pieces and remix my shit. So it's hard for me to fit in because I'm not telling people dating advice, right? I'm not trying to solve social issues. I'm like, burn it right here. Burn the shit. I don't care. All right. I'm not a Christian. That's another thing. Me being non-religious. That's another thing that really turns people off. They're like, he might be atheist. So I can't appreciate his message because of that one thing. And you guys got to know, in our world today, as a content creator, you have to be perfect. You have to be the picture perfect. Andrew Tate's group don't associate it with me because my message isn't geared towards prepubescent boys and teenagers. Look at my fast car. Look at my hot bitch with the breast implants. Right? So my message doesn't cater to the Andrew Tate crowd that are 13 to 24, 13 to 24 and loser older niggas. older loser niggas. Like, so they not going, like, they're not trying to hang out with a nigga that's divorced. So this is, they can't really attach to me too, because I'm not like Bugatti and Eastern European big nose bitches, you know, with breast implants and look at my cool car and shit, and look at my shirt with the hair coming out. They can't really co-sign on that either. So it's like, where do I fit in? Well, the reality is I don't. I'm an island all unto myself. So I don't fit in with the Black Manosphere because they're kind of ecclesiastical Christians, lukewarm Christians that want to fix Black women. All right. One of the things that the Black Manosphere, who was going to talk about? I was going to talk about somebody ecclesiastically. But anyway, that thought has left my mind. But yeah, it's hard to fit in. Because as a content creator, you got to be perfect. And the one thing that you're not, they try to harp on that. Like the guy, because you're short. Like, all right, you're perfect, but you're short. You would be great, but you're short. Okay, Myron tall, and they talk about his tall, goofy looking ass all the time. Right here, right? Myron can't catch a break. All right, especially when he's doing lunges across the floor. Did you see that shit? All right, he's 6'4" in his kitten heels. He can't catch a break. They talk plenty of shit about him, and they find the one thing about him that they don't like. So as a content creator, you have to not have a chink in your armor. Chink in Oriental in the Philippines, but that's neither here nor there. But a lot of times, like, you can't have this weakness, whatever it is. Your message is your message. But then whatever they can pick out of your message that they don't like, then they can say, well, he's old, he's bald, he's short, he's an atheist, he's a sellout. And whatever it is, right? He's Black, he dates white women, right? He's got mulatto kids. And so his message is flushed down the toilet. Whatever that is, his message is cool, but he has that one thing. And that's how people find their advice. And it doesn't just happen to people on the internet. Authors, right? Authors, people that have published books. They're public speakers. They're celebrities. Oh, I follow this person. Oh, this one thing? Okay, I can't follow it. Right here, I can't follow it. So, as a celebrity myself, as Hollywood CGA, I know this. And that's why I promote and market myself so well, because none of these people are going to promote and market me. We can clearly see that. What they're going to do is take my shit and remix it. So they're not going to promote and market me. So who has to promote and market me? I do. I have to be a shameless self-promoter in the face of what I have to overcome in the content space. How many people are celebrating, oh, that's cool that CGA got on the Netflix documentary. All right, even 4 or 5 seconds. And I know you would sound like a complete hater to be like, nigga, it was a 5-second clip. You would sound like a complete hater to hate on that. Because if it was Kevin Samuels, y'all would be replaying the clip. But it's crickets in terms of people who I supposedly associate with. Absolute crickets. Right? You know what I mean? Like, that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing to see that nobody actually trying to be like, damn, that's cool. You know what I mean? They just like, oh, fuck this nigga. Anyway, let's get on with the show. Abdul says, did you see that Strag India Love pull a Kanye West at the Streamer Awards? Shout out to you. I did see that. And I guess I should talk about it, but there's only so much I can do here. It is 10 a.m. in the morning, as the Negroes say, in the Philippines right now. Good morning from Manila. In the Philippines, we are traveling the world in and we're having a party. Let's get back to this part of the show. It's fuck you, boss up time. And I want to give you an indication that the message that I teach now, well, it's the boss up message. We don't have time to pander to the weak. We're only as strong as our weakest link. And a lot of men are out here operating in weakness, right? You're hoping that things change around you, and hope is not a strategy. But check this out. We are living in an economic collapse of epic proportion, and there's going to be, we're basically having a soft landing. And in real time, it doesn't look like things are bad, but things are bad in real time, unfortunately. And people don't want to accept this. But take a look at this. U.S. layoffs may exceed the Great Recession figures, nearing depths last seen during the Great Depression, according to this bit of information on the internet. U.S. employers have announced roughly 1.17 million job cuts so far in 2025. That's a 54% increase from the same time period last year, making this the worst year for layoffs outside of the pandemic era. And it says, most recent monthly layoffs remain high even after a drop in November, despite unemployment rates not spiking sharply yet. Sectors such as tech, warehousing, retail, and government have seen steep cutbacks, raising concerns that the job cut wave may rival recession-era levels. Economists warn the combination of sluggish hiring, ghost jobs, widespread layoffs, and structural economic pressures could mark the deepest contraction since the early 2000s recessions, and I've lived that. But, you know, that was a very, very tough time here. Very tough time. You combine that with, obviously, they're saying Donald Trump and his tariffs. You know, everybody's got to get the blame here. Donald Trump and the tariffs. We have AI on the horizon. We have layoffs by companies that are going to implement AI and people doing entry-level job conversations in marketplace. We have people that are graduating with degrees, Gen Z, and they're not even able to find entry-level employment, which they were able to find that. You know, that was their rite of passage as a graduate from high school. Now they're not even able to find a lane there. And recently we had a member of the Money Mindset said he was furloughed from work. And that came as a surprise, unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. But this is the world that we're living in. But it happens so much so that people put blinders on. And the fact that people aren't panicking, it's a sign that people are accepting their fate because they have no control over it. People don't know what to do, and they're not positioning themselves to do better. Right? They're not learning how to get themselves into a better job marketplace. Some people are complaining. Right? They're applying for jobs, and there's 50,000 people in those jobs. Okay. I had a young lady tell me she applied for a job, and she said the job was a high-level administrator for a school. And she said there was like 2,000 applicants. 2,000 applicants. I mean, good Lord. I don't know what the normal application period is or numbers for these people, but to say that one job can get 2,000 applicants is a nightmare, right? An absolute nightmare. So people are going to have to find a way, but I don't think people are finding a way. They're trying to do the same old, but that same old marketplace doesn't exist, right? Stable jobs, a good job marketplace where you can work for 10 years and then work your way up in the company. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist anymore. And entry-level work for recent college grads, that doesn't exist to the levels that it used to. Also, women getting laid off of jobs. 70% of the people that are getting laid off are women. Black women getting laid off of these jobs, or they're cutting the DEI or the DIE or the affirmative action type programs, and they're being negatively affected. So it's a combination of things, the Trump tariffs, the immigration policies of the Biden administration. Everybody has a hand in this, and feminism and the lack of enthusiastical workers for men. Like, men are just retracting from these particular jobs. They're like, what's the point? Because I can't get married. I can't find my girl. A broke nigga hit, so I'm gonna be a broke nigga, right? There's so many things that are happening that are gonna combine to have many causes and effects. And I'm just going to sit here and watch people do it as they don't adjust or adapt. But I warned you. It's not that I didn't warn you. With this being said, one of the things I've been telling you about is retirement is a thing of the past. Like, think about this. If you can't maintain a stable job, you certainly can't prepare for retirement. And it says nearly 500,000 Americans over 50. No, I'm sorry, over 80. Nearly 500,000 Americans over 80 are still working to make ends meet. Okay, another one of these silent killers that are happening where people don't see it. You see it, but you don't really want to acknowledge what's happening. Okay, you're just kind of silent about it. Okay, but idea of people preparing for retirement is dead. Okay. I know people that are in their 70s, they need a job. They need a job. Okay. This is according to Black millionaires. As the cost of living continues to rise, that's another thing killing you. Okay. All right. The cost of living is continuing to rise. 2021's dollars aren't the same dollars today. Okay. So even if you're just starting off life as a Gen Z, your cost of living is going to whoop your ass. Okay. To the point where you're going to try to make it a rational idea to do what? Live with their parents. It's okay to live with your parents until you're 30, which you guys can argue that if you want. All right. Go ahead. I'm like, go for it. All right. That is basically starting off life lackluster. That's starting off life lackluster. I'm against this particular type of thing. I'm definitely for young adults, emerging adults, learning life the hard way. Let's get on out there. Get on out there. Hit your head. Bump your motherfucking head. You know what I mean? Learn what it's like to not pay rent on time and get that 3-day notice or quit. So you can realize I better take shit seriously. So I can't sit up and play Fortnite all night. I'm going to have to go get a job. All right, I'm going to have to go get 2 jobs. Go out there and hit your motherfucking head. Learn what it's like to pay rent where you know what your parents have been going through, paying rent and utilities while you've been laid up playing basketball at 24-hour fitness all day. See, when you live with your parents all the way up until 26 and 28, you could do stupid shit like this. You could be a goddamn scoop ice cream at Baskin and Robbins and think you're making it. I'm socking away money for my retirement. No, you're not. Go ahead and learn what it's like to not sit up there and invest $20 in crypto a week thinking you're a crypto investor. Go ahead and sit up there, nigga, and think you can play up 24-hour fitness basketball and come in here and try to lay up with some hoes staying at your parents' house. All right. My philosophy is learn what it's like to eat plates of shit, because that's the story. That's going to be the story that you triumph. But the parents protected you. It's hard out here. I can't find an apartment under $2,000. Oh, you can find some goddamn roommates. Okay, go find some roommates. Go live with 2 homies in the studio apartment. Whatever you got to do, but get from under your parents' wings. All right, all birds got to fly at some point. You got to fly like an eagle. You got to spread your wings and fly away. You got to spread your wings, bro. All right, the ladies don't want to spread their wings, whatever, motherfucker. All right, hold on. Who WhatsApping me? What these hoes got to say today? All right, these motherfucking hoes. Hold on. Anyway, but let's get back to this. The old niggas. And these are also the old people that let their kids live at the house until they were 30. Why? Why did they do that? It's because they needed them to file for dependent on their tax return. All right, anyway. It says right here, as cost of living continues to rise and retirement savings fall short for many millions of Americans, a growing number of American older citizens are remaining in the workforce well into their 80s. Recent estimates show that nearly 500,000 Americans age 80 and up are still employed, a trend that highlights deepening financial insecurity among seniors. And these are not, very good jobs, I'm pretty sure. For many, continuing to work isn't a choice born from passion or a desire to stay active. It's a matter of survival. This is also a byproduct of living longer and healthier. All right, this is what it is. The boomers have lived longer and healthier. We've kept them alive with medication and exercise, and this isn't a bad thing. There's always just going to be cause and effect relationship. There's going to be pros and cons and trade-offs. There's no solution. So you get people to live more actively and not eat lard and TV dinners. Okay, now they're eating healthy and taking green juice and matcha. Okay, they're exercising and shit, and they're living longer, more functional. Them niggas got to work. And then what happens? They ain't leaving jobs that Gen Z could fill in by these men and women retiring. So Gen Z can't get a job. So there's always going to be pros and cons to everything. So we are making people live longer and more functional. Therefore, they're employable. And you got to think about it. You retire. Okay. You retire after getting divorced twice. I'm sorry. You reach 80 after fucking around, getting married and divorced twice. So by the time you're 55, divorced twice, torpedoed financially, or you got a wife that continues to spend money on the grandkids. You're working. You're going to work until you die. Okay? They got men getting remarried at 55. They got men out here at 60 getting remarried to 25-year-old Filipinos and impregnating them. You're about to work. You're about to work, man. And this is the thing. It's not because they want to work, which is a whole different mindset. I think I'm going to work until I die. I'm going to continue to do it. Now, work smarter. I hope I'm not doing something with labor, physical labor. I hope I'm still talking shit on the internet. That would be great. Yep, the dudes that are rolling the dice again. I stayed free because I didn't want to get divorced in my mid-50s. Then I would have been stuck again. So these people continue to follow the dream of, happiness and dying alone. And now they can't stop working. They need to do it. Also, you have a lot of single people. And it says right here, it's a matter of survival, not passion and desire, with housing, medical care, and everyday expenses outpacing fixed incomes. Older adults are turning to part-time and even full-time jobs to bridge the gap. Social Security alone isn't enough to cover it. I covered that last week, especially for retirees who didn't benefit from robust pensions and long-term saving plans. Yeah, this generation got the okie doke and the rug pull on the pension. Experts point, I'm the expert, to several contributing factors. I want to hear this. Increased life expectancy. That's what I said. Increased life expectancy. That's obvious. When you have people living longer and more functional lives, well, if they're not going to die by 50 and 60 and 70, what are they going to do? These motherfuckers out here jogging, going on walks, counting steps on their motherfucking Apple Watch. Well, if we're going to do this, then they're going to have to work and live. They're going to have to support themselves. They can't just sit up and retire. You can't have a retirement at 55 and live until 90. Right? Your money's going to run out, especially as the cost of living increases. It says the shift away from employer-provided retirement benefits, aka from pensions to 401k, which means that you have to contribute in the employer. That changed everything for the boomers. And economic disruptions that eroded savings for older generations, aka the dot-com era crash, the housing market crash of 2008, COVID, and the refinancing their house over and over again, and divorce, economic disruptions, divorce. This is everything I just said right here, but I'm a nihilist. This is why I encourage you as a divorcee. You get divorced before 40, do not get remarried. Fuck it. Right? Until you get your millions, because you're not ready. It says right here, while some seniors enjoy staying engaged in the workforce, studies show that a significant portion are working out of necessity, not preference. So we have to quiet that crowd that keeps saying, well, I want to work. Okay, yeah, there's some people that want to work. There's some people who don't want to. This quiet crisis, that's a good way to term everything. I'm going to term everything as a quiet crisis. We are experiencing quiet crises, meaning that people aren't panicking, but they're feeling the effects, and people don't want to talk about it because there's no solutions. All right. How do we solve this problem? This problem is 50 to 70 years in the making. These are things that people didn't think out before they actually created this issue. This quiet crisis raises important questions about the future of aging in America. As the population continues to grow older, the nation faces urgent decisions about retirement security, wage standards, and access to affordable health care without meaningful changes. Okay, yeah, we need to change it, but it's not going to help the people in this current generation. It's going to help maybe the Gen Xers. More elderly Americans may find themselves working far past the age that they expected, not because they want to, but because they have to. All right. And this is certainly the case of, you see, they got an African-American male there. But for you guys wanting to get married and remarried and start legacies, and when you're late and you're staying at your parents' house until 30, you want to start a legacy at 40, get divorced by 50, spit out on your own. We have another video to talk about this, meaning that people are going to say, Coach, what's the solution? All right, I've been giving you the solution the entire time. If you haven't heard solutions in this, I don't know what to tell you. My solutions are preventative. You have to prevent yourself from getting in this. Okay, your solutions are always preventative. All right, how do I avoid getting into these situations? Okay, what can be the causes? They ironed out the causes. People are going to live longer. You're healthier. Okay. So that means since I'm going to live longer, I need to expect to actually do right by my money when I'm in my 20s and 30s and 40s. I can't afford a divorce. Okay. I can't afford to be out here having kids out of wedlock. These are all killers. Child support, killer. It's a financial killer. Preventative, not marrying. Preventative. All right. Saving, doing well financially, compound passive residual, join the money mindset. Then it says right here, life lessons of an older American. Let's hear this, man. This isn't AI. This is a sad reality that you guys are going to face. You guys are going to face this too. You living at home until you 30 ass niggas. I'm going to say for a house ass nigga. No, you're not.
What I do for money is Uber driving. I'm curious to know whether there are any other 84-year-old drivers.
I'm 82 years old, and I wish I could retire now.
I do not have any retirement savings.
I always felt that I was too young to think about retirement. And I was a hippie, and I was all about living in the here and now.
See?
The cost of living has gotten out of sight.
Yeah, okay, let me stop it right here, and I hate to disrupt this, but here we go. All right, so we had a hippie, live for now, worry about that later. Later comes up fast. Life comes at you fast. So she was in these streets fornicating and jumping on dick, staying single. I'll stay single until I'm 40. I don't need no man. And I could come out here and have fun and travel and do all of that shit and all of that. And we can hook up.
Is anybody else just over
smoke
this
weed and
culture?
dope, drop tabs of acid. And see, this is another thing about it. And I'm sorry I'm riffing here. A lot of older people get a pass because you think they're good older people. All right. And I've been saying this for a long time. You guys all think old people are good people, right? Because they're old and innocent and they're frail and slower and they seem like, they talk funny. All right. They talk funny and, you think old people are good. There's a lot of piece of shit older people. There's a lot of piece of shit older people. There's a lot of older people that were whores. There's some older people that was a part of the Holocaust. Ask Kanye West. But you think, oh, this good old guy over there watering his grass and shit, you think he was a good motherfucker. He was a piece of shit. He was a crooked ass police officer that lynched niggas and stayed quiet about it for 50 years. And he wakes up in the middle of the night just in the cold sweats of all the niggas he hung in the back of motherfucking Mississippi molasses. All right. Mississippi burning ass niggas. Old Ku Klux Klan member ass niggas. Okay. There's a lot of old piece of shit ass individuals here. A lot of old people that literally screwed the pooch of their fucking life. And you be like, well, we got to help the old people. Man, fuck them niggas, man. They fucked up and made some dumbass decisions in their life. Man, we ain't supposed to just tilt the scale in their favor and feel sorry for them old motherfuckers. All right, them niggas out here getting married and divorced 4 times. Man, fuck them niggas, man. They should have known. All right. They should have known. They was out here living stupid they whole goddamn life. And I'm supposed to feel sorry for them. What about the older people who can't afford food stamps? To hell with them. Right, what the hell I'm supposed to do? Let me reel back his motherfucking life. Now, what happens is you feel sorry for him. Well, she can't do nothing. Well, she just said she was in these streets. Look, that's what she was when she was young, right there. All right. I know this is hardcore conversation and y'all don't want to accept this shit because I'm hardcore. This is why people don't listen. This is why people can't associate with me. But I'm telling you the truth right here. And she looked like I can't say it. Kanye West can say it, but I can't say it. Okay. But anyway, I don't even know if I have it. Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right. And she was with niggies at having a party with Quaaludes and having orgies and shit. I mean, you make your bed, you lie in a motherfucker. Now, just because you old and you are old granny sweetheart.
And I was all about living in the here and now.
The cost of living has gotten out of sight, and there is no safety net for the elderly.
Bills are harder to pay because everything costs more.
I grew up very poor, and part of what drives me right now is that I don't want to be poor again because I know what it feels like. As soon as you start working, plan for retirement.
All right, look at this. Oh, the humanity. Look at her pecking away at this damn bruh. When I tell you guys, and this is when y'all try to shame me, right, for grifting, I'm not trying to be this. I'm about to grift my monkey ass off. All right, now you can be this. There's my housekeeping here. Hold on for a second. You could do this. All right, but I ain't gonna. You could do my bedding and towels in the bathroom, please. All right, I'm on a phone call, so I have to do it quietly. Okay. All right, so what was my point I was making? All right, let's move on to the next story since I lost my thought because I was cooking with hot fish grease. Oh, my point was y'all make me want to apologize for not being a boss. All right, coach, man, grifting, and he trying to make up all his money and sell books. Yeah, so I don't be yo goofy ass. That's what it is. All right, so we got right here this video. This video is a man that didn't save for retirement is in the exact same predicament that we're talking about.
Seeing if I could have help scanning this. Thank you. What was your name?
Ed.
I'm Sam.
Okay.
I actually had someone nominate you from this store and said you're very hardworking.
Well, I try to be.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 88.
And still working?
Yes, I have to.
Why do you have to keep working?
Retired from General Motors in 99. In 2012, I went bankrupt and they took my pension away from me.
Oh my gosh. Do you have a wife?
She passed away 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
She was sick when I lost my pension.
So you've been struggling a bit?
A little bit.
You said that you lost your pension?
Yes, sir, I did. I was in the Army back in 66.
So you're a veteran too?
Yes. The thing that hurt me the most was my wife was real sick. And they, when they took the pension, they also took the health care coverage.
Yeah.
And all but $10,000 of my life insurance.
Oh my gosh.
So I sold the house, sold the property I had, and we made it through. My wife died 7 years ago. Since then, I've been trying to reestablish myself.
And you're working here how many days a week?
I work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I mean, so it you know, I'm gonna make an impact in society greater later with my ability to decipher the coding of the matrix, if you will. And the employee mindset needs to be studied. All right, the mindset that they get people in and then they change the rug pull, they change underneath you, it needs to be studied. For instance, he went to the military, right? You would think he would be taken care of very well, and at least his spouse. But for some reason, where's the VA hospital at? All right, where are they at? He's a military vet. Wouldn't he be taken care of with this one? There's a little mystery there. Then also you have the fact that he worked at GM, and then because of the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, you saw these companies move overseas to Mexico. Well, not overseas, but you have to move to Mexico and other areas, leaving the American employee out. Okay, and then you also have the fact that she got sick and they removed the coverage, the life insurance. You know, so he didn't get it kicked down in life insurance. You have the cost of living. Everything's being pulled under you, and this is going to happen to us. Just so you guys know, this is going to happen to us. Whatever we thought was going to be our safety net, it's not going to be there. It's not going to protect us. So you need to be aware of these rug pulls along the way. These are boomers. They had their whole life planned ahead of them, and it went south. The housing market. He had to sell his house to be able to afford that house. Buying a house is a good idea. All right. And guess what? What did he end up with? Nothing. He ended up with zero from that house. Not all people end up like that, but he ended up with very little to show for it with that house. He had to use that house as collateral to help his wife or get through health. Okay. So it's pretty sad that people don't see this coming. And I'm always trying to make you aware to be hyper vigilant, not to be nihilistic. I want you to be hyper vigilant in the idea that these things are going to happen. Okay. You can't be like, oh, I got Social Security, I got pension, I got 401k, well, inflation going to kill your 401k. When you retire, inflation is going to kill your 401k, guys. It's going to kill it. It's going to waste it. That $60,000 that you retired on with your 401k, all right, is gone. Okay, it's gonna get eaten up when you retire. By the time you retire, that little $60,000 that you got, I got $60,000 on 401k. It's gonna be gone in a year, bro. In 2 years, cooked. And people don't think it. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this is a reality. This is why you gotta be hyper vigilant, and you can't wait till you're older. Okay, you can't wait till you're older. You got to get after it in your lean years. This is why when you tell me you can live at your parents' house for 30 until you're 30, I think you're crazy. Because in America, that shit don't fly. You got to be on it at 20. Well, you can wait and you got time. You don't. I'm here as an old man to tell you, you don't. You ain't got no fucking time, right? At all. You got to get after it now. Boss the fuck up. Have some sense of urgency. Or check this out. Don't. Did she throw away my boxes? All right, she didn't throw away my boxes. Okay, you got to have a sense of urgency. You can't be like, I'm not being negative. Have a sense of urgency about your life. And then when you're 40 and complaining and 50 and complaining about the system and the white man and all this, you sound crazy. You sound absolutely crazy. Because that ain't going to help you. Reparations, it's not going to help you. So you need to get on it. That's why we got the fuck you. We got the fuck you boss up program. Niggas looking for love and relationships and marriage. Absolutely pathetic. It's pathetic. Late in the game, when you can clearly see we're trending towards a single society. Okay, that's what we're trending towards. Most people are going to be single. Anyway, where we at here? Did y'all see her back there? All right, where was she at? All right, she was a nice little piece of.
I shut the fuck up.
Let me bring her back. All right, and I'll do a stream with her. Where's she at? All right, here we go. She don't want to be here. Well, maybe it'll get better, coach. No, it's not. All right, inflation by itself is going to whoop your ass. Okay, by itself. If you took away every other factor, okay, if you took every other factor away and corrected it, inflation by itself is going to kick your ass. Just that is going to whoop your motherfucking ass. Now, let me give you another thing that's going to whoop your ass. The fact that you will own nothing. We're on a trend to own nothing. You don't have ownership in anything. Your retirement, you don't own. Your homes, you don't own. Your cars, you don't own. You don't own them. You don't own your music collections. Remember, you used to own your music collections. You don't own it. You guys go through Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, Pandora. You don't own even your music anymore. They can change your music right there on your little device. You don't own your audiobooks, none of that shit. And no matter who you're, let me see here, who you're with, like say for instance, you have Apple Music and you don't pay the monthly fee to your Apple Music. You don't have Apple Music. Video games, you don't own them. You got Nintendo Switch. Don't pay your Nintendo Switch. Don't play your PlayStation fee for the month. You got no games. Don't pay your Netflix. No movies. Okay. I mean, this is where we're at. So the fact that you won't own anything is going to lend to that. You're going to live this life for many years and get to a certain point and have nothing to show for it. You will have nothing to show for it. There will be no possessions. You will have it. You rent your furniture and televisions and shit. You rent your phones. So with that being said, that's our new reality. And there's no going back because the people who designed it that way intend for you to accept that reality. You can't control it. It's out of your control. But the point I'm making is that you have to take steps to proactively see your life in 10, 20, 30, 40 years ahead and know that the decisions you make today that could fuck up your life and torpedo it, the gamble that you make today could torpedo your life 30, 40 years. Okay. And you don't even see it coming. And marriage is one of those things, unfortunately, that they tell you to take the big risk and they tell you that there's a gamble and you can win. Well, if you lose, you're crapped out. Think about it. And the likelihood of you losing is like a coin flip. It's not like you could lose. It's like you're more likely to lose What are you going to do with this information? Anyway, and we still haven't adapted and adjusted. Everything's good?
Everything's good.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody says hi in the chat.
Oh,
All right, where are you from?
What's it?
Where are you from?
Bicol.
I know that. All right, yeah. I just met somebody from Bicol.
Oh.
All right, yes, and now you're here in the big city. Well, it's a big city too. You like it?
A little bit.
A little bit? You like Bicol better?
Yeah.
All right.
The province life.
The province life.
Yeah.
All right. Did you find a husband in the province?
Yeah.
You found a husband?
Boyfriend?
You have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
All right, good. How long you had your boyfriend?
3 years.
Is it going well?
Yeah.
Good. How old are you?
24.
24. You look great. You look not a day over 23.
Oh.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. You have a nice day.
Hi,
All right.
thank
Thanks.
you.
They said hi to you.
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you.
Are you a vlogger, sir?
Yes, I'm a vlogger. Yes. There's 10,000 people watching you right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they said you're cute.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Thank you. Yep. Okay. All right. Anyway, where we at here? What was I talking about? She's from Bicol, which is a province area. I was with a woman last night from Bicol. Anyway, she basically said,
I shut the fuck up.
all right, she basically was like,
What kind of fuck you give me?
all right, you know she gonna be out here like,
I shut the fuck up.
all right, there you go. That's the perfect wife here. This is why people come to the Philippines right here. All right, this is why people come to the Philippines. All right, where we at here? She said, where we at here? She said,
your third leg was just phenomenal.
hey, in the Philippines, that's normal. In the Philippines, there's millions of Filipinas like that. All right, I'm gonna just let you know that's a normal Pina, and she probably is like 5 feet tall. That is a normal Filipina. That's why dudes be flying over here. All right, we should. You know what? As I was doing that, I should have played this. Okay, yeah.
What kind of fuck you give me?
I should have played this as she was talking in the back. Damn, I hate when I miss an opportunity. All right, anyway, damn, I hate when I miss an opportunity. Shit. She would have heard it too. She would have been like, what the hell?
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, she should have been out here like,
I like to get dominated.
I like to
Show, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge. And
all right, anyway,
be
she'd be like, why you playing that music?
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, anyway. But by the way, just so you guys know, man, that is the normal Filipino chick. All right. I mean, not the normal, meaning that's a common woman. All right. Very cool, gracious. This is why people come over here to look for wives, submissive wives. She's a province woman too. Bicol is a provincial area. And it's a lot of people that live there. I think it's got 6 million people that lived in Bicol. But I was with a woman last night from Bicol, oddly enough. And these people come over here, very modest living, work ethic, and all of that stuff. All right, but she said she was 24. Didn't she look 16?
What kind of fuck you give me?
She looked very young. All right, Egg Foo Young.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Greg Foo Young. Shout out to her. Somebody said real hair. Yep, she was fit and feminine. 5 feet tall. You're not gonna meet many Filipinas over 5'2", certainly. So anyway,
what kind of fuck you give me?
My man said a province muskrat. All right, shout out to you, man. She said 34. I don't know, man. She wasn't 34, but anyway, I heard 24. But that's what people come all the way over here for, especially the ones that want wives. There are some whores out here, though. Anyway, fuck you, boss up. Let's get to the contributors to today's show. We're in Manila in the Philippines, just so you guys know. Typical Sea Mexican. Definitely some Sea Mexican shit. All right, shout out to the Sea Mexicans. I'm about I didn't see too many Sea Mexicans out here. All right, but anyway, let's get to these contributors. Shout out to Mr. Handsome. Paul says, drop in support. Thanks for blessing us with your stream on your vacation. I'll catch the replay of this. Never married, but has all the answers. Fake degrees, having as Jezebel, he says, and save some linglings for us, you greedy bastard. Free agent lifestyle for life. Let me tell you, man, I'm not saving any lings. Okay, this is Ling Tour 2025. Between me and Travis. All right, we are not saving you lings. Okay, it is like I'm trying to scoop up as many Lings as I can. Shout out to our brother here. It is Rick Martell. Lamar says, shout out to the Coach Gang, prime time Coach Gang. We got 1,200 in the box. Shout out to Yuki himself. As a black man, I truly feel sorry for my kind. I've seen brothers with 8-packs, abs, dating pogs who look like Rodney Dangerfield. Guys, stay celibate until you become the shit. Shout out to you. Also, can I say this? And it ain't like I was banging all 10s over here while I've been here. But the whole idea of the passport bros ruining the Philippines, I'm going to tell you, it's not true. All right, it's not true. There's not that many passport bros here. Now, it could be that time of the year. But, you know, people are traveling nonetheless. There's more white men here than passport bros. And if there are any black people here, they're Caribbean or African. There's not a lot of African-American men here. And I could just say that with a fact. So whatever they're attributing to any demise of the Philippines, it's not the passport bros. They don't have that big of an impact here. So there's that. Now they're here and they're doing what people do here, but there's a lot of white dudes here. Executive white dudes, American white dudes, Russians, Germans, Swedish men, Australians. They here are doing wreck and shop. But that being said, the black men that I've had seen here, they've been with some goddamn booger wolf Filipinas. I mean, fat. I mean, listen, let me just say, and it's about 80% chance of the black men that I've seen here, the women that they've been with, the penis that they've been with, have been slump busters. Fat. Right? Chubby. It is like, wow. I mean, it's a disease. It's a disease of low expectations, right? The misery of low expectations. And it's like, damn, you done came all the way over here for an old, fat, single mother Filipina. Like, tell me I ain't lying. And then when they out there in Makati and in Angela City, I see them pulling big backs off the street meat, big backs. Like, you went over there to fuck a fat four off the street of Makati. You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. Like, no. Like, you didn't came this far to fuck that for $47 or at least 6,000 pesos. Anyway, I mean, I can see if you mixed it in the rotation. I mean, listen, I banged a couple of but they was 18. Well, they were just right. I can't tell you all that shit. But shout out to Key himself says, pogs that look like Rodney Dangerfield. Shout out to him says, your Raiders and my Chiefs. And thanks for the late show. Shout out to the Raiders and the Chiefs. The Raiders, whatever. Shout out to Big P Paul says, all I got to say is you inspired me to travel. I started back in 2021 alone because of you. Fellas, do get your passport and CGA will forever be in your mind. Pause. But yeah, man, shout out to you, man. I thank you for me inspiring you to travel and for the right reasons, not just for the women. Women are a byproduct of traveling. So, you know, the women are going to be there. You're not going to avoid the women when you go travel. And traveling women are a part of travel. You know, men of travel. Ricky Nelson had a whole song about traveling. Shout out to Paul Mooney, where he just went from here to here to here, fucking all these women, whistling. So enjoying the women is part of travel, but of course, culture, learning the language, trying the food. And I will tell you, trying Filipino food, if I lived here, I would be hungry. All right, because yeah. All right. There's only so much of that shit I can eat. At breakfast today, I had fried squid. Yeah, never again, bro. I'm good. All right, the Filipino food, yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm gonna be hungry like a motherfucker. There's only so much rice I can eat. I've eaten different varieties of rice, but yeah, bro. They have a mean soup and all that too, but I'm gonna have to go straight up vegan if I move in this motherfucker. All right, yeah, bro. All right, yeah. I'm not good with the food. Me and the food can just, yeah, no thank you. All right, we got J. Cool in the building again, ecclesiastically. Let's see here. Shout out to our brother David Tully Blanchard. Coach, I was able to catch the last 2 money mindsets, and they were lit. That advice you gave that one guy about doing content now without being afraid was priceless. He says, which proves young men need male mentors, masculine mentors with experience. Coach Gang for life. Yeah, man. You guys are giving up millions being in predicaments, or trying to, I guess, not being put on the system. But yeah, you guys got to get to it. Get to the bag. We do have, okay, those were from last week. Shout out to our brothers from last week. Let me see if I could get Aaron. And shout out to everybody on Venmo. They're not, I don't know what's going on. The ID is not confirming. So if you made a donation via Venmo, I will read it off the phone. We got Iggy says, shout out to the Money Mindset group who are listening to tonight's show. Now you can hear how Coach structures his shows and his stories too. He says, advance his brand. How I structure my show and stories to advance the brand. And he says right here, boss up and go get it, guys. Shout out to the Money Mindset. I was given some insight on how to be a storyteller and how to leverage your experience to tell stories, because the stories are why you're here, right? The stories are why you're here. Sometimes it's the main event, but the stories are why you're here. So you're seeing it right now. The stories are the funny things about this show. And rate my Riz on that Filipina. All right. That wasn't rizzing her up. I was just making her comfortable, because if I was not on the camera, you know what I would be doing? I would have had her bent over anyway. I would have propositioned her indecently. I would have said, you need some extra money? You could use a couple bits of pesos this holiday. You want to need a couple of pesos? I can fix some Filipino binds out here. Them binds can get fixed. All right. Are you in a bind? All right. She'd be like, I'm in a bind, daddy. It's get 'em daddy season. Where's my get 'em daddy season out here? She gonna be like, by the way, check this out. Not all women that I mess with are JUCO here. I had a young lady that I cold approached off the street. She came over last night, and yeah. But I tried to even give her a little bit of here's some money, for the holidays. And she was like, no, I refuse to take it. And I know this woman is broke. I was like, boy, pride comes before the fall. I was only giving her like 2,000 pesos, which if you look it up, it was like $15. All right, let me see if I can look it up what it was. All right, because she left early in the morning. Let me see how much I was giving her. It was $42. It was the equivalent for us of $42. All right. And I was like, here, take this, so you can go and get your car ride back home. And she was like, I will not take it. I was like, okay. All right. $42. All right. 2,500 pesos, $42. And she refused. And I was like, do you, ma'am? And she was like, I have money. And I was like, okay. She sounded like this. This is what she sounded like. She sounded like this. She said, I have money on my own. Okay. All right. I was like, you do you, baby. I don't know what to tell you. I was just being nice to give you a parting gift. But she was like, I will not take any of this. But she gonna come up pregnant, I'm pretty sure. She was like, $42 compared to the money I'm about to get from you in 18 years of Americanized tourist child support is nothing to me. You're going to give me way more than that. I'm pretty sure of it. All right. All right. Because a couple of these women are going to be pregnant. All right. She was like, that $42 added to the tab. Because, yeah. There's plenty of that to go around. You're going to give me way more than that after I have your baby. All right. So she was like, whatever.
Do you have the stomach to what?
Anyway, enough about that. Let's get to this here. Money Mindset. Join the Money Mindset out here. And we still have all of our courses coming out. New website update coming out. Possibly a new book coming out in 2026. A lot going on in the brand of CGA. As Iggy tried to tell you, CGA is the brand, the most dominant brand in YouTube, the most dangerous show. Last one, and it's a co-sponsorship. So let me go ahead and get my sound effect up. I don't know where it is. It is. Let me see if I can say it. The Ice King says CG out here vetting in real time. He says, what's better than a fit, feminine, and friendly woman? Nothing. Shout out to the GOAT, That is a co-sponsorship. Shout out to you, 100%. Okay. And yeah, she would have got that mind fixed. Trust me. In the Philippines, there's some good Filipinos out here, but they ain't very few. There's very few of them. They will, like, sex is not what sex means in the United States. In the United States, we live under a veil of morality. And our morality is flimsy, which is funny to me because people will say they're moral and be out here committing sins on the daily, intentionally. And sins that they would try to dismiss and sweep under the rug. Well, that's just a little sin. But then when they see you doing something, they want to pull up their veil of morality and virtue signaling, which is like shitty. It's like shitty people being moral. And you're like, all of y'all are shitty people. All of y'all had committed sins. And when you were committing sins, you were very unapologetic about it. And you certainly didn't, you were thinking twice about it, but you went ahead and committed that sin anyway. But in other countries, that morality and veil is not there because survival. Okay, survival trumps everything. I just talked about that in the Fuck You Boss Up segment. Survival trumps everything. Like, when it comes down to it, when you need to eat, morality goes out the window. Right? Like, what? I'm sorry. The same thing when you see these women doing what they're doing. They're like, shit, I got to pay bills, bro. Are you going to help me? Are you going to help me? Fuck your fucking Bible. They can be Christian, and they got a lot of Christians out here, but they're like, bro, we got to eat and pay rent. Look at this fucking hut that I live in, man. I don't got time. She be like, bro, whatever, nigga. I got a boyfriend, but at the end of the day, he'll understand. Right? He'll understand when we could go Christmas shopping and shit. He'll get over the shit. Where we at? Where's my sound effect? I don't got it. All right, anyway. Damn. I don't know where it went. Maybe I can't find it. Oh, here it is right here. No, that ain't it. Well, I guess that it is what it is. Anyway, enough about that. But yeah, the morality veil here. And when you leave America, shout out to all the passport bros and the people that have been showing it. When you leave America, you literally leave the vortex of the Matrix. You leave all of that bullshit behind. Now, the funny thing about it is I still have my American Instagram. My Instagram still shows and reflects what I watch in America. But you're now like in another planet. You're in another vortex. You're in another fucking culture. So you're living this reality, which is not the reality you're seeing online. So you're seeing people talk about Black community and racism and the white man and reparations and Black women. And you're seeing this whole thing about this fake Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And you're seeing people talk about age gaps and older women dating younger men. You literally, you leave that portal and you're in a whole fucking vortex portal where you're absent of that reality. That reality don't exist. The conversation doesn't even exist. And you're sitting there like, what the fuck are they talking about? But you can only see it once you leave. That's why they call it that matrix. Once you leave that, and you don't even have to deal with that reality of these things that they hold you on to, you see it's real crab in a bucket. And they're really trying to mind fuck you. They're trying to mind fuck you into an existence of misery. And just the conversation alone is pointless. You're like, why am I even wasting time trying to impress these fucking losers? So it's a weird thing, but you can only get that by getting out of it. You got to leave to be able to see how dumb what you guys go through. And sorry to tell you, most of the people that I'm at or listening to this is American, and some of you guys have never gotten outside of your state. Once you leave what I call your lack of abundance, where you're stuck, you have freedom. And freedom isn't free. There's a price to pay for freedom. To be able to move freely, there's a price. Nothing's free in life. Despise the free lunch. But once you pay that price, you no longer are stuck. You have abundance. So I was trying to tell you in the free agent lifestyle, you have culture. You have leapt out of the conversation of people who have limitations and deficiencies, who never improved on their deficiencies. They want everybody else to slide back to them. All right. I'm not going to catch up to you. You slide back to me. This is particularly black men. They want black women who have left to slide back down to them and expect less. And I'm like, that's because you have scarcity. You don't have abundance. You don't have leverage. You don't have options. Once you have that, even to a small scale, you will realize that where you were stuck. You got to unstuck yourself. This is the whole thing about ecclesiastical marriages. Men fat and out of shape, chain smokers and drunkards like Andrew Wilson wants to control women through ecclesiastical marriages. That's when you know you're fucked. If that's your solution, you're screwed. That means you only have that solution because you're stuck. You don't have that solution when you have abundance. You don't have that solution when you have leverage. Yeah, black women have slid up past black men in a variety of ways to that they don't have a dependency on black men. Yes. Now, they end up getting a rug pull every now and then. DEI, affirmative action, layoffs, student loan debt. They'll get a rug pull here and there, but has it corrected their behavior? Have they said, you know what, let's slide back down to where black men are economically? Yeah, they don't have to. Welfare, WIC, Section 8, they always have something to reach out to slide up away from you niggas. All right. And every now and then they get it road pull and y'all niggas be like, see, y'all got to listen. And then guess what? They'll get another handout or another safety net and they'll go for it. They'll go for it to the point where they don't need you. They can make use of you and they can make you a slave. We'll talk about that later. Okay. But yeah, they've slid up and away from you. And what black men do is they want them to slide back. So they want to disarm them. They want to take away feminism. They want to take away education. They want to take away their ability to dress like whores and sell pussy. You want to take away their Instagram and OnlyFans. You want to humiliate them, take away their bonnets, take away their pajamas and slippers at the airport. You want to take away their wigs. You want to take away their Section 8. So they're going to listen. And guess what? They just have too many opportunities for people to try to help them out as much as possible. So they're not going to slide back. Even that little bit of help that they get is enough for them to not want to listen to you niggas. All right. They ain't going back. They're not going back. They're not going back. They're not giving up their rights to do whatever the hell they want. But black men's only play is to get them to slide back. That's the only play. And it ain't happening. That's why it's not happening. I'm sorry, guys. These women have been plantation mammies their entire existence in the United States. They ain't giving that up. That's a job they're not giving up. And it's been that way for a long time. Even going back to who's ever worked in corporation where black women have been middle managers. That's about the peak of where they go, typically middle management. And they'll get these opportunities very early in their lives. Right, 20, 25, and 30 bank teller, then they'll slide up to assistant manager at the bank by 25. But it's a glass ceiling. It's a glass ceiling. But these black women will be middle managers, human resources officers, people that are the managing shift manager, whatever it is. And that's their peak. That's where they're going to peak. What black men want to do is disarm them in their ability to even get to that level so they can control them. That's a plantation mammy. Right? That's basically like the black woman that raised the white kids and breastfeed the white kids. So she has control over white men, and white men be like, they either love her or hate her. The white women jump over her. If they go to Vanderbilt, any high level education, she'll jump over her by 22. That bitch been working at that job for 15 years. And a 22-year-old with a degree from Vanderbilt will jump right over her and she'll be mad at her. And he says, I keep hearing black women complain about a lack of men. Guys, you're arguing against me. You're agreeing with me. You're literally agreeing with me. If they're complaining about a lack of men, it's because they don't want to slide back to you loser niggas. There's a lack of men that they feel are capable of being at their level. When a group, let me reset you men's mind. You're literally proving my point by disagreeing with me. They're not sliding back to you broke niggas. They're complaining about a lack of men that are on their level. You complete the thought, that are on their level. They're not taking a back step. Here's the thing. What men are doing, and I keep seeing this, now it's Latvian women. You see how they move the post for you men and give you hope? Because first it was Filipinas, then it was Thailand, then it was, Russian mail order brides, Polish women, Colombians, Dominican women, and then now it's Latvian women. Oh, Latvian women have a shortage of men. What you hear is desperation. What men hear is desperation. And what they do is they say, I'm going to go book a flight and go over there. Now, I dated a Latvian woman very short period of time. Latvian women are gold diggers. They're unapologetic. They have a culture of gold digging. When they say they have a lack of men, that doesn't mean they're desperate for men. That doesn't mean they'll take anything. What they're saying is there's a lack of men on their level. That's what they're saying. Yeah, they don't want loser, alcoholic, obese, fat ass niggas telling them what they can and can't do and telling them to live off of less. Okay? Latvian women, although they have their issues with their association with Russia, they gold diggers, unapologetic. So they want men on their level that can help them. That's the lack of men. It ain't a lack of physically available men. There's physically available men. They could just go out here like this, spin in a circle, close their eyes, and pick a guy. But they don't want to pick a guy. Same thing as the black women. They're like, I'll stay at this middle. You're going to hear Cheyenne Bryant say this. Okay, she's going to say this. There's men out here. They're just not men that they want to pick from. That's all. So there's a lack of available men. There's a short supply of men that they can make good use of. But there's a whole bunch of bum ass niggas out here. Trust me. And I'm talking about of all races. Even in the Philippines. Philippines, same thing, guys. Filipinas, they got Filipinas that don't want to date Korean, Australian, American, white foreigners, and niggas. They got to deal with Filipino dudes. And trust me, Filipino dudes, they don't give a fuck about Filipinas at all. They don't care. They'll pump and dump them. They'll fuck them when they 16, 14, and 18. The men sitting around in the impoverished areas doing nothing. They don't respect Filipino women at all. They don't see them as a delicacy quite like we see them at all. They'll marry them, cheat on them like crazy, start a whole family, leave that bitch hanging. Because to a Filipino woman is just another woman. But for us, we're like, wow, she's nice. She's friendly. She actually seems like she likes me. She's fit. She's this. And she's a delicacy to us. She's exotic. She's exotic to us. Trust me, when you get over here, they ain't fucking exotic. They a dime a dozen. You can fuck about 10 of them in a goddamn week if you have enough money and dick. A dime a dozen. Everywhere you turn is another motherfucking 98-pound, 4'11" Filipino. So for the Filipino males, there are a dime a dozen. They don't have to go above and beyond. How many long-haired, black, long-haired women you gonna find? Okay. So to them, there's no sense of urgency to try to keep them, even to the point where they're like, I ain't going to go above and beyond to support her. Even if I impregnated her, they ain't going to do it. And then guess what? The men come over here and treat them women the exact same, because you can get 10 women just like that, impregnate 4 and leave them here in the lurch. They can't do shit. Only thing they can do is shut your passport down. If they can do that, they can't take you to child support. They can't divorce you. They can't force money out of you. They can't give you a false allegation. They can't say you raped them and really can't say that you beat them up. They can't go to any of these things. Therefore, it tends to be a paradise for men because they don't have those constraints and controls. So much so, the Filipino man doesn't have those constraints and controls either. So they do what they want. They do what they want with them. Even the man will have the Filipino girl and say, if you got to fuck them American tourists and bring the money home, go ahead. All right. So that's where we're at with it. And in America, you're in that exact same predicament. You just don't know it yet. You haven't accepted it yet. Am I not lying? If you live in Atlanta, Georgia, and you're not in the top upper level people of Atlanta, you're in the bottom 50%, you're in that exact same conversation. Same thing as in Los Angeles. Same thing as in Miami. All you red pill guys and MGTOWs and Manosphere complaining about the situation with women, you're in the exact same predicament. The only difference is they have government controls over you motherfuckers. Yep. And Gen Z dudes got girlfriends that are OnlyFans girls, and they act like they're pimps. I'm pimping my girl. I'm making money off my girl. Well, if a Filipino is married and his wife is a housekeeper and she fucks me for money and he accepts it, it's the same thing as you guys call pimp culture.
Do you have the stomach?
Isn't it the same thing?
Do you have the stomach?
He pimping his wife and his girlfriend. It's the exact same thing. But y'all call the dude pimp in America. What do you call him? Is he pimping? Because you would have to say he's pimping his wife.
Do you have the stomach?
But you wouldn't call it that. Oh man, we taking advantage of him and he doing this and he a cuck. He got the stomach.
Do you have the stomach?
He's got the stomach. That's all that is. He's just pimping around. It's all good. Anyway, enough about this conversation. Shout out to Ice King in the building. Let's do Evil World and then the main event. And somebody said that she wants to do it. Yep. Oh, but no, think about it is these women are highly sexualized. Again, morality, they're highly Catholic and Christian here, but they've been fucking since they've been young. So it's hard that hard pressed you're gonna find a virgin. All right, it's an evil world we live in. From Manila in the Philippines, the Sea Mexicans. We got us an evil world we live in. Thank you for the show, man. Thank you for allowing me to have these shows, even on my vacation. All right, I gotta use the glasses here because this damn screen is small. Pause. We got it's an evil world we live in. It says right here, I wouldn't wish this on my own worst enemy. What is he not wishing on his old worst enemy here? Let me share the screen. Get to the video right here. Let's take a look at what you're going to listen to right here.
If you want to toss. I got you. Oh, whoa. You're going to let him talk to you like that? Damn. That is pretty messed up. Are y'all on a two-man right now? Oh, that's your slave? What in the fuck? Wait, you weren't lying. Wait, so you do anything she asks? What in the fuck? Tell him to do something crazy right now, other than lick your shoe. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, the humanity.
Well, gentlemen, as I was just explaining, right, one thing that you guys miss from the conversations of dating and relationships is that when you see couples, go touch grass, coach. Well, I've been touching grass all around the world. I'm outside. One thing you have to understand is you never know what the guy is going through to keep that relationship going. Now, this is extreme, but you just see a couple. He dapped them up. You guys are on a two-man. Oh, y'all got girls. And then you're like, damn, what am I doing wrong? Now you see what you're doing wrong. Okay. So their relationship is abnormal. This is what they do behind closed doors. This is what he's choosing to do for whatever reason, one or the other. And there's varying degrees to this. This is on the worst level of it. But a lot of men will keep their relationships going because they're betas, right? And you have to be a level of beta to keep a marriage going. You have to have a lot of beta male tendencies. Otherwise, your marriage in the United States cannot go very far. You're going to get got. Okay, so now that you see the reality of the relationship, is it so cool that they're on a 2-man? No, because the woman is getting something out of this: humiliation, domination, whatever they're in, some financial domination, findom, slave play, and he's licking the bottom of her shoes. So this is an extreme level of what we talk about here, but this is also where the narrative goes, where you guys will just call these guys simps. All right, these guys are simps. Well, what I said is, what I say is, guys, what can you do about it? What can you do about it if you're a guy that's anti-simp or anti-trick? What can you do about it? The reality is nothing. Okay, you can complain about it on the internet, but there's nothing you can really do about it, because what people will do in private, they will do, as long as everybody doesn't know about it. What we learned that about Diddy. It took us 10 years of rumors to then see what Diddy was doing and going, wow, that's very extreme for him to do it for a woman that he claimed to be in a 10-year relationship with. Like, that's very extreme. So you never know what a person is doing. Not only that, you can't do anything about it. So this woman eventually will leave him and then try to play this with you. And then you'll be happy to have her, and then you'll be out here simping too. Or couple.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Y'all got stuff you want to toss? I got you. Oh, whoa. You're going to let him talk to you like that? Damn. That is pretty messed up. Are y'all on a 2-man right now?
All right. And so there he is. Oh, yeah, we on a 2-man. Yeah, but you don't realize that they doing some domination play and cucking and simping. And women are in relationships like that. And then they'll pivot over to you. And they'll say, I can't respect them. All right, it's an evil world we live in. Where's my sound effect? All right, my sound effect machine, I got my sound effects, but they are not in order. So, it is actually crazy where I'm trying to find it out here. All of my sound effects, they are not in order. So I'll learn it as I'm on this trip for a month. Okay. Yeah, it's all over the place here. It's a bad day here for old boy CGA finding sound effects. But it's an evil world we live in. Presses on. We have CGA on a date. Here we go right here. CGA on a date. Let's play the video.
No. It's like fucking casino. Get in the car. Get in the car. If you don't get in the car right now, I'm gonna fucking leave you here.
All right.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, fucking white girls. Yeah, man. Hey, white girls be like this, man. When they get drunk or high off the coca, they are kind of like this, man. And you can mess when you play in the snow, it can get bad for you. So you got to watch out where.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, the G-Wagon, the nice Hollywood CGA, he popping his collar, and he got a nice junior college piece of calico.
Where are the white women at?
All right. So that's what happens there when you're messing with the white girl. It could happen every onesie twosie. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does get litty like that. All right. But she gonna drop that neck when they get home. She definitely gonna drop that neck when she get home, and she's gonna wake up tomorrow and she's gonna act like she doesn't know what happened. Right. That's gonna happen right there. But shout out to that white woman. Where's playing in snow? It happened. Oh man, yeah. That peace leave gonna be crazy.
It's like fucking casino.
Yeah, give me my bag.
Get in the car.
She glitching and twitching. All right. Yeah, she on that something. She on that something. She on that ooh wee, that sticky icky. All right. She definitely on that one. She might have to hit the hospital.
Get in the car. If you don't get in the car right now, I'm gonna fucking leave you here.
Give me my bag. And yeah, he definitely is trying to hold masculine frame, and he is losing badly. All right, she ain't listening at all. And this is what happens when you date, the racial dynamics between black men and white women is like this. This looks like Jonathan Majors dynamics as well. All right, you do have to understand that when, you're dealing with white women like this, skinny type, when you're a black man, even when you got money, they will glitch out on your ass. And they will pull rank, and she knows it too. Because all she had to do is scream and yell and run down, chase him down the street. in high heels, and she's still gonna play the victim. I bumped my head. Thank you. Oh man, she talking too much shit for being 98 pounds. And then she slammed this door. Fucking white girls. Yeah, man, listen, it ain't always wonderful with the white women. All right. The white women is a whole adventure. Yeah, the white woman is a whole adventure. It's a whole mindset to begin with. Now, they will let you dominate and slap them up. Like, the thing is, a lot of dudes are like, not my white women. Just wait.
I wish a nigga would.
You know, white women play a good game, a long game. They'll let you do this, and then you get to dominate them in the bedroom and smack them up a little bit. You get to, all right, you get to do all of that and yell and scream, but they gonna keep a journal on your monkey ass. They gonna keep a journal. They gonna have pictures like Nicole Simpson in a lockbox at a bank. All right, they gonna have police reports, 911 calls. Don't think you're getting over on white women, guys. Listen, I know my white women. I know how they play the game. They're going to let you get away with this shit. And then every now and then she'll get a little snappy. All right, she'll put you in your place. And at some particular point, she's going to go on a whole victim tour like Amber Heard. All right. And meanwhile, she was dookieing on your pillow. This woman cocked over and dookied on the pillow and pissed in your bed. All right. And she will come out there. Yep. Text screenshots, all that shit. Ruin your fucking life if you think that just smacking them up is the answer. Now, here's the thing is, you can smack them up here and there. You can catch them by the hair, catch them by the neck, and wring their fucking neck here and there. I wouldn't tell you to do so. You can get away with a couple of them. All right. But don't think that you're going to hold that masculine frame for very long. All right. And then you're going to sell you. You think you're going to believe me? I'm a skinny blonde woman. You think they're going to believe you? Ask Nikki. All right. And then all of a sudden, now your life is ruined. You got to watch out. All right. Or you got to watch out. All right. Anyway. And they don't give a fuck. They will toss you to the wolves. All right. We have this guy out here. He looks familiar. I believe he looks like one of the Diddy guys. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can do this. Actually, matter, I could probably, no, I don't have the full clip. Shout out to Moose Hefner for presenting this clip. The guy that we're going to see in this video, it looks like he's one of the Diddy guys, right? The Diddy male sex workers that Diddy's probably going to serve. Yeah, he's serving jail for prison term for hiring these guys and trafficking them. I might be wrong, but I think that's who this guy is. I want you to listen to this. And this gives you an indication of how evil the world is right here. And do you have the stomach? This guy basically says, yeah, this is the Punisher. This guy saying being a cuck is the strong position as a male. All right. We have leapt over into clown world. All right. He says right here, being the cuck is the strong position to be in as a male. Okay, here we go.
Explain. Because look, if
hold up,
me myself, I think being a cuckold is kind of like the most G shit a dude can do.
Explain.
Because look, if me myself, every time I've been like derailed seriously in life is a relationship with some woman I'm dealing with decides to give her body to another man, and now I'm like shook.
You got played a lot. Just you got played a lot.
Yeah, of course. Of course, every man. If you think about your biggest heartache issues, they probably all at the hands of a woman, bro.
Okay.
It's always at the hands of a woman. So, if you when you first meet a chick, right, and you just dealing with her, and you see her when you see her, y'all hang out when you hang out, you smash, and she go do whatever she want to do, and you don't care about it, right? That's your strongest position as a man. You become vulnerable, you become weak when you start trying to account for what a woman does with her body. So if you can move about the world where you deal with women, you can hang with them, chill with them, care for them, but what you do physically outside of me, I ain't worried about that. It don't mean nothing. It sounds like some sucker shit, but that's the strongest position you could be in.
I don't completely disagree with this, but there's a level to this because he said the cuck position is the strong position. I don't know about that. I wouldn't phrase it as that. That's crazy.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. Okay. But this is an extreme thing to say is the cuck position is the position of being of strength and not worrying about who a woman is with. Well, I wouldn't put it like that.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. I wouldn't put it like that. But he's saying that a lot of men's pain comes from relationships. All right. And a lot of us have been played. And that being played came from you tried to control what the woman does with her body. And as a result, you didn't like what she did and it harmed you. Okay. It led you astray. So he's right on that one, right? We've all been played and played for the fool. Some of us have been married and divorced. Some of us, our ladies cheated. Some of us cheated on our ladies 50 times and she text messaged a guy and your stomach was hurt. But to explain it as the cuck is the G position is no. All right. I don't agree with that. That's crazy work. And this does lead to the degeneracy of the Black community. We do have to say, based on my experience in life and me living in cities and suburbs in the United States of America, I've lived in 7 states. I've lived in every region of the United States. I've lived in the South. I've lived in the Northeast, the Midwest, the Rocky Mountains, the deserts of Arizona, of Las Vegas, Nevada, and New Mexico, the Southwest, the Southern California, the Northern California. All right. I've lived it all. The Northeast. Black men are degenerates. I mean, they've been harmed significantly by their lifestyles and life choices and psychological psyopses. All right. So he's using a reverse psychology tactic, which I've even said bits and pieces of. Hey, you can't care what a woman's doing with her body because she's going to do it. But black men have been harmed significantly by psyopses, gangster rap, pimp culture. These are all been psyopses that people have tried to mainstream. And then it ends up being that they're trying to find a happy spot, right? Even the whole sugar daddy thing. They're trying to find this happy medium. And the reality is you've lost control of your women. That's where the reality is. You've lost control and you never have had control. Some men have never had control of their women. As a group, as a ethnicity, a culture, a race, you've never had control of these women. Maybe in a snapshot, Andrew Wilson style, 40s and 50s, but you guys lost that control the minute the laws changed. You don't have that control. And as a result, you're trying to hang on ecclesiastically, like Andrew Wilson, where the normal average white guy is trying to get control of white women to the point where those white dudes said if she's with one black guy, they would rather the woman be with 5 white guys getting the train ran on her than one black guy. So as funny as that sounds, ecclesiastically, the men in the first video I showed you at the beginning of the stream, they didn't say anything different. They didn't say anything different. They just didn't want her to get steamrolled by one nigga. You see this right here? I played this at the beginning. I know not a lot of people see the beginning of the stream, but when asked, would they rather their wife, their future wife, get train ran on them by 5 white guys or one black guy? They chose the 5 white guys. They said, I'd rather that than one nigga. Okay, so that's what it is right here. And let me complete his thought just to see if he can come back around on this conversation. He said taking care of her is part of this cuck experience. Let me see if we got it here.
So you believe, let me just get this straight. You believe in having a girl, allowing her to go fuck who she want to fuck and still come back home to you?
Not as simple as that. I just don't want to. That's how it sounded to me. Well, I don't want to be emotionally tied on that level. That if a woman makes a decision to do something with her body, my world is rocked.
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love?
Now, what's the difference between sugar-free and what he says? Now, Sugar Free is going to say, I got money. Okay. I got money from the woman's punani. Okay. But Sugar Free exactly said the exact same thing. I don't care about what she does. I can't control that. Sugar Free says, I'm going to get the money for it. This guy bigger, built better than me, built bigger than me. She going to do it anyway. She happy to go get it. She happy to go get it, which I've been saying for a long time. Pimps are feminine and they're cucks. They're about as close to cuck relationships as you can get, meaning that they'll have their girl. They'll be in the same hotel room, sitting in the bathtub, holding a pistol while their girlfriend's getting fucked. And he listens to it. He listens to it. He has to, because if the trick starts to grab her neck, he's got to bust through the room and save his girlfriend or his possession that he takes care of. So I'm looking at what he's saying, and there's various degrees of this. Married men that do this. What about Andrew Wilson? She had kids by men before him. She had 2 kids by 2 other men before him. What's the difference? There's not much difference other than the label you attach to it. Sugar daddy. He's married. He messes with her. He knows that she messes with other dudes and he pays her. Tricks and whores. All right. She fucked 8 dudes before he fucked her and he still gave her money. Like, where are we? Dude, it's the only difference is the label that you attach to it. There's not much difference. Yeah. If your wife is a baby mom, if your wife has kids by other men and you come in and take care of her and raise those kids, and the baby daddy still has access to her and he still comes over and has custody, I don't see, there's not much difference in this, right? At all in what he's saying. So even the guys we showed you of him being dominated and he licking her shoe, it is like most men are doing a version of this, but the way you present it and start it off is going to be how you get judged. He said, well, cucking is a G position. Yeah. Or if he said, I'm a 100% P out here and I put my girl on the blade and she bring me home the money and I have the stomach, it just depends on how you position this. Oh, I know my wife, his promiscuous past, and she has an OnlyFans and she's a baby mama of multiple baby daddies. All right. But I take care of her. Where's the difference? All right. Woo, wait.
Are you faithful in that situation? Is it monogamy?
This man's gone.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look for a biased situation, right? Oh. Like I tell women straight up, like I'm not no young cat. I'm not running around trying to smash everything, hit everything, whatever. Oh, but if you looking for flawlessness from me, can't promise you that. Like I work in a club full of women, all the stuff like that. Shit happens, right? Mm-hmm. So I'd rather deal with a woman that understands like we're human. Shit happens, and if you're looking for perfection, I might not be your guy.
So you'll never settle down then?
No, I'll settle down, but you got to settle down with a woman that knows how you move.
No, but here's the problem. Even if you settle down, you're saying that you don't care. You're not going to be attached to the relationship or emotionally attached to it, that you wouldn't care if your wife, your girl go out there and step out and do whatever she wants to do with her body. There's no rules when it comes to that.
Well, I'm not going to say I'm not going to care. I want to be mentally strong enough that if she makes that decision, my world is not destroyed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to various degrees, I understand what he's saying. I don't misunderstand what he's saying. He doesn't want to be emotionally hurt. All right, that's what it is. And he's trying to have avoidance of this. But pimps have this avoidance too. I have the stomach. Guys that participate in monetized dating has this same approach. And then you have men the famous movie in Boogie Nights where the wife was a porn star and she would just be at a party doing coke and getting fucked and he had no leverage. All right, men that don't have leverage have this position. So I get what he's saying, but this does show you that men in a sense, know that they don't have leverage to stop it. And it shows that there's a lot of damage with promiscuity. I know you think I'm pro promiscuity. I wouldn't say that much. But what I would say is you can clearly see that there's damage done when you participate in debauchery and promiscuity, right? There's a lot of damage to be done. Okay. Lots of damage as a result. Let me see here. Let me send this message. So there is a lot of damage to be done, but I think what he's saying is my lifestyle, his lifestyle, and the lifestyle that he's probably going to pick a woman from is probably not, he's not going to be able to control it. So he'd rather not even deal with it. And so he's going to get hurt and he wants to avoid it. I see what it's saying, but that's where we are in this world here. That's where we are. So to combat it is going to be difficult. And how many more videos? I'm going to save that for tomorrow. We have this video of a woman that says one of her favorite dates in 2025. It's an evil world we live in, continues on. Let's see what he has to say right here. Or she has to say her favorite dates of 2025. It's a black woman. For you guys that always want to kind of demean black women, we need to put demean black women. We got a sister here. All right. We got a sister here. Here we go.
It's this year where I felt like the person truly wanted to impress me was going to the NBA Finals game. He lived in Chicago and drove whatever time that takes to go from Chicago to Indiana to take me to a finals game because I lived in Indiana. And he's like, oh, that'd be cool if we could go to one of those. I didn't even know it was a big deal. I don't watch basketball, but I was like, yeah, I do love live sports. He got me a hotel at the Marriott, a separate hotel, mind you. He wasn't even expecting anything from this. So not only did he drive from Chicago to Indianapolis to take me to this game, he also took me to St. Elmo's, which is arguably one of the nicest restaurants in Indianapolis. When we were at St. Elmo's, obviously I garner a lot of attention and he was a really good sport about it. After we get done with St. Elmo's, we actually make our way to the game. I'm looking at all the sports gear and stuff. He's like, go get a jersey, go get it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, ah! I was so excited. That first date felt like he genuinely wanted to impress me. It's not even about the monetary value. It was the fact that he looked up something in my state to see if that was something that I'd be interested in doing. Drove X amount of hours. I'm sure if I would have asked him for a rental car or gas money, he would have been more than happy to compensate for it. I actually left my skincare in the hotel room and I didn't realize it until after I came home. So I was sick to my stomach. I was emailing the hotel, I'm calling the hotel, and they didn't find it. So I told him that. Do you know that he gave me $500 to replace my skincare? Like, didn't even ask any kind of question about it. Not saying that the monetary is everything. It's the effort. Like,
okay. All right. So this is why I wanted to play the video about this. This is the guy. Typically, when you hear this story being told, she basically is going to use this as a measuring stick of the next guy, right? The next guy has to live up to this expectation because this is how women work. Now, eventually they might pivot back and say, well, I don't need all that anymore. I had that. And maybe that result was that actually story that she's leaving out. The detail is it was traumatic. Okay. Because she had her own hotel room. Something happened in that hotel room. The pussy was gotten, more than likely. He banged her and he probably humiliated her and shitted on her. Or who knows? We don't know. But that detail is being left out. But she's thinking about the effort. And she then says this is going to be how every other man is going to be measured, meaning that he got her to audition, or he auditioned for her. He made an effort. He drove to her city and, or I guess maybe sent her to his city. I don't think that makes sense there. Then he sent her $500 for the skincare. And what women will say is, I finally found a guy that knows how to treat me and make me feel like I'm worth giving these things to. So then what happens is she uses as a measuring stick for the next guy, because this guy is good as gone. All right. We know it was, we don't even know how old the guy is. Probably was an older guy. Mostly older guys have access to this type of thing. It could have been a sugar daddy experience. It could have been a sugar daddy experience. So we don't even know She hasn't defined it. He could be 55 to her 30 or 28. And he gone, meaning that he got them guts for whatever that investment was. He defiled her, nutted down the back of her throat, and he ain't going to be nowhere to be seen. Maybe he might come back for seconds and onesie twosies and thirds down the line, and he's got her in the rotation. But he was in town. The wife was away. He was on business. He set the shit up, and he needed to do this to get it delivered to the hotel. And that's what he did. He got what he wanted out of that one. But the sad part about it, she's calling this a date. And then she's going to tell you guys this, and then you guys are going to call him a simp. All right. And then, or a trick. And he's messing up the game. Is he really? Because he got them guts and he nutted. And not only that, he paid her to leave. Right? He doesn't have to deal with her bullshit. You know who has to deal with her bullshit? You. Okay?
And that's you.
You do. The next man up. The next man that cold approaches her. The next guy that tries to get free pussy off of her. You got to deal with it.
And that's
He don't got to deal with none of it. Right? He didn't have to cold approach a woman at the bar. What he did, put her up in the fucking the Radisson at $119 a night. $500 for the makeup bag. All right, the tickets he already had. He already had the tickets. Okay, trust me, he had the tickets. What were the tickets? We don't know. It was an NBA Finals game, so that sounds like an expensive seat. But he probably had the corporate tickets. Okay, the business tickets. Got her ass to bust mileage. Didn't ask for no gas money back. Left with a soaking wet punani. And he back at home with his wife and kids. He back at home with his wife and kids, and she out here using this as the measuring stick. Oh, dinner's at Elmo's. All right, so she went to dinner's at Elmo's. All right, a cool 300. Pussy leaking, wet. You know he hit it raw. He said no to La Quinta. Put her in the La Quinta, put a motherfucking glass of fake Dom Perignon in there, beat the brakes off of her, put it in her Duke shoe, all of that, rammed it in her throat, crammed her ass, slammed her ass with a fat, because she's a trick. All right, he got her. And then
that's
you gotta pay for that shit. All right, he long gone. And trust me, he done made that money back.
Even if someone didn't have just $500 willy-nilly to give to me, at least some kind of concern, be like, oh, is there anything that I can do to help you? Like if you want to go to the drugstore and get like some replacement items. Now I like expensive skincare, but if someone could only afford like Target skincare, the effort. Him living in Chicago was kind of like a hindrance on our developing our relationship, but a really just great guy. When you
see that, he already got it. So me living in Chicago was a hindrance, meaning that easy work. He don't have to deal with her bullshit. Now she'll beg him and ask for some money while he in Detroit or wherever the fuck he was at, Indiana. And he'll fix a bind here and there. He'll ask her to come out. He has her on the beck and call. She'll do whatever he said. But he like, yeah. Came to Chicago, dusted that shit off, gave her here $500 here. He dropped a couple hundred over there. All right. He nutted on her toes. Done. Done. Sent her back home, didn't even pay her mileage back. But guess what? Not you. Not you. You guys gonna have to deal with this fucking ego on this woman.
You feel someone really like you, I'd rather be not waste my time with someone who doesn't really like me. You know what I mean? I know some guys would be like, oh, he just wanted to, even if he did just want to do that and that was his intention, there are some people that also want to do that and have just such the minimal effort to do it. I'd rather have that effort to just use me than the other kind of effort. And if anyone was wondering, not that it's any of your business, he did not use me.
Ooh, language is everything. You're going to hear this with the Candace Cheyenne Bryant. Language is everything. He did not use me, she said. She didn't say he didn't fuck. He didn't nut in her teeth. She said he didn't use me. That's different than he didn't nut in my dookie hole. Okay? He dominated her. So she's like, for everybody that don't want to know, he didn't use me. Okay, I say the same thing about women. All right, they ain't using me. Okay, so it's all language. But that's you see what's going on here. There's a lot of that's the monetized dating, by the way. If you guys aren't looking at this, when I say dating is monetized, for her to spill this story as a date, it confuses men because we see it for what it is. And you want to get mad and get her to admit that she sold her body for this experience. And she's like, no, I didn't. I liked the guy. We had an emotional relationship. I knew him. He flew me out here. He gave me this. We went on a date. We had dinner. We did this. We went to the hotel. And she said, I would rather that than you broke niggas. Now, that doesn't mean broke niggas ain't going to get it or didn't get it previous to that. But what I'm saying is this is a prime example of the monetized dating marketplace. Okay? Of where men are not going to see it as that. Well, I'm not going to participate. And she said, whatever, don't participate then. I'd rather that. I'd rather give up the Duke shoot for that than to deal with you cold approach ass niggas. Like, that's where it's at. Now, when some dudes already smashed her. But that's an example of the monetized dating marketplace where I'm saying dating is monetized. And trust me, when he calls again, she's going. Whereas you're going to have to put in mad work and do this and tell her to come down to your level, and she needs to fix her standards. She needs to lower her standards. Not until she's 47. Not until she's 47. Okay. Then will she do that? But anyway, it's the bar's low. Bird seed is a thing. If you do have it, you can get it. And the next thing dudes are going to say, well, she doesn't really like him. I'm going to ask you something. The way she explained it, does it matter that she didn't really like him? No, he got access. He got access. That's what he wanted. And he wanted it, and he got it delivered on a platter. Now, I wouldn't want her. She's not my type. All right, but she's not bad looking. And she probably a freak. And he can get it on delivery again. Soon as he in town again, 6 months from now, a year from now, when she has a boyfriend. Oh, yeah. She'll have a boyfriend. She'll be dating normal guys. And he'll call, and she'll be like, oh, my friend's coming in town. She'll be right there back at the hotel. All right. Anyway, the dating marketplace is monetized. I'll leave you with this. And this is no segment here, but I want you to listen to this. Somebody sent me this video, and I found it interesting, and we're going to be at the main event here. It's supposed to be noon here, and I'm supposed to have something going on. Okay. And I don't mind it. Don't go on at all. I don't mind. Boy, these Filipinos woke up and chose violence this morning on my WhatsApp. Right. Again, let me stop. Somebody says, sell them a dream, smash and dash. I don't disagree. Where are you right now? I was about to say, I was about to yell at you. All right, anyway, right there. Somebody said we should pay no more than their plastic battery operated toys cost. That sounds nice. In theory, that sounds nice. But my question is that practical? Is that pain talking? Is that hate talking? Is that lack of access talking? Is that correcting the marketplace talking? Where's that come from? Where guys will be like, no more than 40. I wouldn't pay a dime. Okay, what does that mean? Can we practically apply that to the marketplace to change women's ability to do so, or change, let's say the guy, let's call him Sugar Daddy. Okay. The guy that did that. Remember, I'm about trying to help men get through these tough times, not correct the tough times. I'm here to get you through this so that you can better yourself. Because, you guys are worried about stuff you can't control. Is it practical to believe that we can apply that logic to the marketplace? To say we as men shouldn't pay them more. I know it's a joke, but I'm just saying, because men have this mindset. We shouldn't do this and we messing up the game. Can we apply that practically? The question, the reality is no. And the reason why you can't apply it is because access is everything to men. This is why men get married. He says if men do it collectively. Yeah, see, that's a pipe dream. I'm here to burst fantasies. Men have never worked on a collective as a collective for women. Now, the only thing you can say exceptional to the rule would be the 40s and the 50s. But if you thought that's the case, well, then explain that was the time of Jim Crowism. Okay, you also had Jim Crow, where white men were virtually very much rednecks against black men. So there's no collective. And I want you to know that when men say that we can collectively change the marketplace, men have never collectively changed the marketplace. Women have overwhelmingly dictated what they're going to do, and men have followed. You might see it otherwise, but even the church has been overwhelmingly a woman's club where they have exercised more control over the men than the women. People are going to deny this. But women have always tried to dictate it. Like, for instance, you know, if you're dating a woman back in this time and she goes to church and she says, I'm going to wait until I get married, and you tell her I don't go to church, no pussy for you. What are you going to do? You're going to go to her church or her family's church or her father's church, whatever it is, you're going to go. So that's an example of the woman controlling the man in the church. And then you get in there and then you use that Bible to then exercise control over her. Well, then this is what you're going to do. You're going to cook and clean and be submissive and all of that other stuff. But let's say you were like, I'm not going to no church. Guess what? No pussy for you. No marriage for you. The idea of the marriage in itself, for the man's perspective, is she gets to exercise control over your fidelity more than you over hers. Your fidelity matters. Because if indeed that you have her as a wife and you have kids and you are not faithful, she gets to destroy your kids and your family and take them and move on and play the victim. Whereas if she does it, there's very rarely much legally that you can do about it other than ecclesiastically. With that being said, the men believe that as a collective, they can change the game. My question is, why would they operate in a collective if access is the only thing that matters? I'll give you an example again. A man marries a woman because he's going to get in-house pussy, but he's a beta male. She's a reformed whore, an OnlyFans girl, a baby mama with two baby daddies. He marries her because he wants to get ecclesiastical access to her. Do we stop that as a group collective? How do we stop that? Okay. How do we stop that? What do we do as men? Have we collectively made an effort to stop these goofy, fat belly, slovenly men who can't get pussy otherwise? Do we stop them as a collective from doing it? You can't. They're going to do it because this is how they get access to women. They got to go through 4 and 5 and 8 other dates, and they got to go through getting tapped on the head and getting the church hug. And then eventually they'll wake up and realize, God damn, sex is marriage or whatever these other traps are. Can't stop it. Same thing as these guys. These guys all here acting like they got two somewhat hotties in the back. And this guy's dapping them up as if he was doing something, but he ended up realizing that they're slaves to these women. So as a collective, men will never work as a collective for the betterment of positioning themselves for women, because you would have to determine what is the prevailing thought. Like they have a guy, Minister Jap. Minister Jap kind of pushes pimpism and not tricking, and the trick is below him, and this type of thing, but he encourages pimping, which I would say there's a definitely correlation. There's a relationship between pimps and tricks. I would hope that you would actually see the benefit of that and know that both people need each other, because one needs the other. But he doesn't see it that way. He sees these people as less than and going above and beyond and messing up the game, which I'm like, how are they messing up the game when you're promoting pimp culture? Wouldn't they be helping the game? This is the red pill conundrum. Wouldn't they be helping the game? They're helping you push forward pimpology. Therefore, you need the trick. By telling them the trick that he's messing up the game by tricking, then that messes up the pimping. But of course, people can't put thoughts together. I'm the only thought leader in this place. All dudes are doing is leading with emotion and trying to say we have the better strategy. The reason I bring this up, and tricks don't need pimps as much. So you're right about that. The pimp needs the trick. But the reason I bring this up is because when you say as men that we're going to work as a collective to fix the problem, you will overwhelmingly find that the prevailing thought is to do low-level shit. Like what? Get it for free. Don't support the women. Don't take care of your kids. Pump and dump these hoes. That's going to be the lead position. That's going to be the position that ends up being pushed to the top. And the reason why I know this is because those are the laziest men. Those guys are the no effort men. They're the laziest. And they have more time than anything to waste on these efforts. Whereas your effort requires some sort of investment, time, money, attention, whatever it is. So the guys that do the least effort, their prevailing thought will be pushed forward. And then you will realize the only role you serve was to push the lazy bums to the top in a game you can't win. So when they say they're messing up the game, this is juvenile talk for they're not letting the bums win, because they're making it hard for the bums. Am I getting this straight? Because the group collective oftentimes is not going to lead towards we're going to get the women in line to become better house cleaners and shit and housekeepers. That requires too much effort. Now, the reason I'm going to say this is because this is what's happening in the Philippines right now, where they can marry, but they can't divorce. So a man can marry a woman, fuck her up, and then leave her in a lurch. No child support, no government intervention, no way she can fix this issue. She can't even divorce this man. He can go off to another woman, start another family, and leave this woman back in poverty, pinching pesos. And he could just go on to the next woman, and then the next woman, and then the next woman. He can have 4 families, 8 kids. Nobody can do anything about it. What happens? The country stays in pure poverty. Now you got poverty. Now you also have men that can't be punished for doing bum activity. But from the man's perspective, this is the perfect scenario. This is also a perfect scenario for men to come to this country. Oh, this is perfect here, because what can you do? You can impregnate 4 women with no penalty. You could just go hit everything raw, leave it in, bust a nut, and then you could go back and forth, back from Cleveland to the Philippines and back. All right. And then when you get back here, you can pick another one, and then you can get her. You can get her impregnated, and then you can go back. You can go back there, and then she can call you up, ask for 1,000 pesos. You can tell her to go kick fucking rocks. Fuck that. I ain't got it. So you have men, foreigners from all over the world that come to the Philippines and do this exact same thing. Now, if somebody came in and said, we need to control this, we need to stop this, we need to penalize these men, we need to punish them, we need to do DNA tests on these men and get them to pay the back child support to get these women and children out of poverty. We need to get these women divorced so they can move on to the next guy. We need to create laws for this. Guess what happens? They're going to say they're messing up the game. Oh, they messed up the Philippines. They messed it up for us. We used to be able to go over there and do what we wanted and shit on these hoes and pump and dump them and knock them up. That's what they're going to say. They messed up the game. That's exactly what men are saying in America. That these guys that want to get access by any means necessary, that got to go above and beyond and play a different rule than the bums, they're messing up the game for the low-level bums, because the low levels want it to be at their level. All right. And you cannot talk me out of this mindset. That's exactly what's been happening. When a person says messing up the game, what they're saying is they're making it harder for me. They're making me do more. They're making me do more than necessary, AKA we shouldn't pay them only this much. You're trying to regulate the marketplace where you're doing nothing and the other person's doing something. All right. And then I want to be able to do nothing or less. Let's make the rules that. Am I making sense here? Press 1 in the chat if I'm making sense. All right. Anyway, somebody says with the internet, this is highly possible now. With the internet, you're seeing more of this. Okay. Now men can come out of their cuck shell. Women can find these guys on a variety of websites. I've showed you on Locals, the websites, not OnlyFans. There's a variety of websites that these men pay just to talk to these women. Matt Barnes got pinched by an AI model for 61 grand on the internet. An NBA star who had access to all kinds of women got pinched for 61 grand by an AI model and extorted. You're not controlling no marketplace with the internet. You just make it easier for the men to do it in privacy and silence. You used to look, let me just say this here. This is going on. You guys don't remember that if you wanted to simp, if you wanted to be a pervert, you had to do it publicly when I was a young buck. If you wanted to be a pervert, if you wanted to simp, if you wanted to cuck, whatever these things are, if you wanted to be findom or you wanted to be a woman slave, if you wanted to be a hand-pecked husband, you had to publicly do it. Pee Wee Herman, to watch porn, you used to have to go to a theater. There was no VCR, no internet. You used to have to go pervert in public with the trench coat and the Humpty nose, walk in the movie theater and jerk in a room full of goons. When you wanted to go get a nudie magazine, you had to walk in the front door with no ski mask, no Pookie Shiesty mask, walk in and rifle through the magazines and plastic and shit. Yep, used to have to go in with hat and sunglass and rifle through biggins and big nipples and big areolas and big booties, Brazilian booties and hanging old granny titties. You used to be able to go out there and you had to go to the clerk and show that nigga your perversion. You used to show the clerk, here, look at my perversion. You used to go to the VHS when they came up with VCRs. The reason why VCR became more popular than Betamax was porn. Same thing as the internet. The VCR trumped the Betamax machine because VCRs had porn. Guess what? Now you go to the damn Blockbuster or the damn mom and pop shit, and you used to go behind that goddamn black sheet to go in there and pick out your perversion and go to that goddamn granny running the mom and pop video store to pick out your porn. Box all sticky. When you simp, you have to simp in front of your homies. You meet a girl, you had to simp out right in front of your homeboys. You didn't just be able to hide and simp. Okay, simping was a public event. Simping was a public event. The reality is men think the internet is going to rescue them. It's just going to open up more portals for men to exercise their perversion, debauchery, and simp and tricking, and women to take advantage of it. Okay. You used to go to the mailbox, your neighbors. You used to see your neighbor mailbox, and it had the Victoria's Secret magazine right there. You used to have to look to the side and steal the Victoria's Secret magazine, sneak it up to your bedroom in public. The internet has made it easier for this to be done. There's no uniting of men to help it because men only care about access. They don't care. They're not going to stop access from getting to their goal. Let me give you another one right here. The 80-20 rule is proof that men will never unite for the common cause for the betterment of control of the marketplace. Why? If 20% of the men are banging 80% of the women, you would expect those men to be like, damn, you know what? We really messing it up for these dudes that are 5s, 4s, and 3s. You know what? Why don't we ease off the pussy and convince these women to stop taking us at the top? Stop taking us because we got money. Stop taking us because we're paying them to go to basketball games. Stop. You know, we need to stop getting access to the hot girls and the models, the bikini models that are charging you $1,000 in Bali. We need to stop doing this. We need to stop working out and getting chiseled abs and taking steroids. We need to stop, you know, being handsome and charismatic and confident. We need to stop getting Lamborghinis and Porsches and opening our shirt up and showing our chest hairs and shit and wearing tailor-made suits. And we need to stop wearing Gucci motherfucking I can't even think of it, with no socks on. We need to stop this shit. And we need to let these other guys get some pussy. It doesn't happen. So you guys are living a fantasy. Gucci loafers. That's what I can't even think of the name. Gucci loafers. Gucci loafers with no socks on, with ashy ankles. No, nobody's stopping. Those men at the top don't stop getting access to women. It's for the betterment of men at the bottom. So there is no fantasy where men work as a collective to regulate the marketplace for men to have it easier for women. It doesn't exist. That's a MGTOW. That's not even MGTOW. That's a red pill, Captain Save a Hoe mindset that you have to kick in order to realize what you're up against. That's just the hope strategy. All right, that's just the hope strategy. Yeah, when is 6'8" the Great gonna be like, you know what? I'm not gonna record any more videos of these fucking sloppy whores making it easy for me to get their name and phone number. You know what? Why don't I let my 5'8" brother get some play? Why don't Short King 5'8" the Great become popular on the internet? Why don't he funnel all of his sloppy whores to the 5'8" nigga? Matter of fact, I showed you a video when he tried to do that, and the bitches was like, nope. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? Where I showed you he tried to pass off some of these fucking working girls in Brickell to his short homie, and they was like, we ain't got no time for that short nigga. All right, we want 6'8" the Great. With that being said, there is no collective of men that are going to change anything. You have to change yourself to put yourself in whatever position you want to, whether it's for women, life, or whatnot. That's the free agent lifestyle. You have to do that for yourself. Depending on other men to handle this business for you is not their business ecclesiastically. You could debate me if I'm wrong, but Andrew Wilson tried to. Well, what's the solution? Boss up. Sorry. Or go ahead and sit back and get no pussy. Have a dry dick. That's what I'm telling you here. You better figure this shit out. Ain't nobody helping you get no goddamn situation going here. Y'all thought the show was over. Let's get to it. We got our brother here, Firehawk. Our Firehawk says, Coach, you are right. I was in Makati in BGC earlier this year. I could count on one hand how many black men that I saw. When I was in Quezon City in 2023, I didn't see a single black person. And Quezon is the most populated city in the Philippines. Yeah, the whole idea, I want you guys to know, man, shout out to my passport bros. Hopefully I'll meet up with a couple of you guys on the trip. But you guys know that, I'm doing what I'm doing out here. Gentlemen, the whole mindset of the passport bros are ruining this and they're coming here and doing that. Let me tell you, percentage-wise, there's not that many passport bros, meaning that the black male traveler, it's not that many. It's not that many. You would think it's very common. You would see them everywhere. You would see them hundreds, and you don't know. Now, you'll see them over at the motherfucking 808 on Soy 6. You're going to see that shit. And you're going to see a couple of guys that have moved over. They're not that many. And there's millions of people here. And I'm in BGC. There's certainly damn near zero over here. All right, because this is a high-ticket area. There's not that many here. I'm pretty much the only black man walking the street. Okay, maybe I've seen a couple. But the idea that the passport bros are messing things up in Southeast Asia is a fallacy. Even in Colombia, you would think that as much as they talk about Colombia, there's a bunch of niggas over there. There's not. It's not. It's a handful at best. Okay. He said most of the black guys are in Cebu. Yeah. But the white dudes are outnumbering everybody. And the Japanese. See, the other thing about it is that the Asian men, you think they're Filipinos over here. All right. You think that they're part of the ecosystem, but they're over here from Korea and Australia and all of that too. The Asian dudes are over here too, deep. And the white dudes are out, they are out dominating everybody numerically. So they out here, the white Americans are out here deep. Somebody's grandpa and husband are out here. All right. And somebody's husband is out here and they got a fucking line. They got a line. They just trailing them girls. And let me tell you, the white dudes, yeah, the Japanese and Korean, but the white dudes, they're getting the primest ones. They're not getting like the old white dudes that are 65 and up. They're getting the street meat. But the white dudes that are in the top hotels, they get in prime calico. Prime. Like, I wish I can show you, and I'm not the type of dude to be filming this shit, but I'm in a high ticket area. You need security to get in here. You need security to get in here. And, well, you need to go through security to get in here. It's a highly protected venue. When there's young girls waiting at security, they're not the $40, 6,000 peso. They're not these women. Most of these women probably lived in the United States at some particular point. They're well-dressed. The women are coming in well-dressed. They're not coming in like they're coming out from the province. And they coming in, and them white dudes are parading their asses around and taking them to nice dinners and all that shit and all of that. And they're young. They're always going to be young. Okay, 21, 22, 23, 24. And it's easy to get. Now, the women that are in that 18, 19, they're going to be on the street for the most part. But other than that, then you must go to the other areas that are less competition. Therefore, your competition is going to the quality is going to decrease as the competition decreases. Some people want me to show what video should I show? Which video am I showing? All right, I can't show it on here because these dudes go crazy. All right, these dudes go crazy when I show a video. I can't believe you're out here. But last night, 4'8", 80 pounds, 81 pounds. I kid you fucking not. All right, grown ass woman too. All right, I was trying to get a good video of her ass, but she wouldn't let me get one because she would hold on to my shirt. You know, one thing about Asian women, all right, they're like kittens. All right, they hold on to your arm, they hold on to your shirt. All right, so she was just on me like, yeah, man. But go on Locals. You got to be part of Locals. We show receipts over there of what's going on. If you ain't part of Locals, and if you part of Free Locals, you ain't getting Nathan either. You get Nathan in these motherfucking streets. Locals gang or no gang. But you free niggas can't handle this shit, man. You ain't ready to handle this. You ain't got the stomach. You ain't got the stomach. But let's see here. There's a lot that I need to cover on that one. But let me see if I can post this up. Post this up over here. Yeah, man. Oh, there it is. Learn about. Oh, no, I just posted that. The monetized dating marketplace. And if you struggling in dating and you're out here, I'm going to tell you why you're struggling. Oh, another thing that I'm going to say here, and I'll say this, and I'll just leave it at that, and we'll get to the main event. Gentlemen, it's important that as much as you can for your own sanity, travel to places where you think women are exotic and go to those places. You will find that they're a dime a dozen. So Cassie and Daphne Joy are Filipino women that were associated with Diddy and 50 Cent. Cassie's a beautiful woman. Daphne Joy, not my type. She's a manufactured woman, not my type at all. I'm not into that type of thing. But she's a typical kind of smush face Filipina. Can I tell y'all something? Them women are a dime a dozen here. A dime a dozen. They are anything but exotic. Now, the reason we call them exotic is they fall outside of the racial category and ethnicities of white and black, the made up terms of white and black, because white and black dominates America. So anything other than that would be exotic. Okay. But when you go to the source, these are regular. There's people that are way more attractive, like way more attractive. They are not exotic. Now, when you're in Atlanta, a Filipino woman is exotic, but go to the Philippines. Same thing as Colombia. When you're in not Houston, what's another black city that don't know? They're not accustomed to Latino women. Because Houston is. But if you go, because black men aren't usually accustomed to dealing with Latinas. So they like to go to South America and then go get Spanish-speaking strags. Tulsa. Yeah, Tulsa's a good one. Tulsa's a good one. You're in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You see a Latina, curvy Latina woman. You're like, oh, wow, she's exotic. Go to where she's from. Go to Colombia. Go to Venezuela. Go to Dominican Republic. Go to where she's from. And you're going to be like, dime a dozen. Dime a dozen. Which shows you, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, scarcity and being stuck will fuck you up as a man. This is why men in the military, Baton Rouge, Louisiana would have been a great example too. This is why men in the military come back with an advantage significantly in that category, because right when they turn 18, they go around the world. And then they come back to America and they're somewhat unstuck. The only thing sticking them is being in the military. But that's where men get stuck. And then you start fighting. When I tell you you're infighting in what they call the red pill or what they call the relationship podcast, you're infighting and you don't realize you're just stuck. And you can typically just unstick yourself, but you can't, because you're stuck in Baton Rouge, and you're stuck in a Baton Rouge mindset that then you're like, you get one fucking Filipino or Latina in there and everybody in the city loses their mind over her. And she takes over the nightclub knowing good and damn well in Venezuela, she regular. Brazilian chick in Utah. Everybody's like, oh my God, there's this fine ass Brazilian chick in Utah. And everybody's like, oh, she's exotic. When she goes back to Brazil, she got 5 cousins in the favelas in her family that are finer than her. And she knows it. Somebody said Denver. A Brazilian chick in Denver goes crazy. That woman goes back to Brazil, Amazonia, regular. That's the example of lack of abundance. That's an example of getting stuck and not having leverage and options. So the point is this free agent lifestyle that we've been promoting for better part of a decade is to unstick you. It's to get you to be aware that what you're fighting is the fact that you don't have the ability to move in abundance to improve your position or improve your position in life to better your outcome. So then you wrestle on social media to try to correct women to accept less, and it ain't gonna work. And then you want a savior. Then you want Kevin Samuels to be dug up out of the grave to save you for your lack of abundance and leverage and options. You have to recognize this. If you don't accept this and fight this, you're going to continue to be stuck. Now, you won't see it differently until you experience it. So I can't describe it. I can just tell you that over these years that I've been doing this, that's what I've been recognizing. That's why I see the world differently. I see the world differently than you. And you're like, well, coach, come up with a solution to save it. It's unsavable. It's not worth saving. What you can do is buy a ticket. That's what you can do. What you can do is drive and leave Baton Rouge and drive past Shreveport and enter into somewhere different in a different marketplace. You can change that. But I can't change the narrative around Indianapolis. Indianapolis is Indianapolis. It's the same as white women. You know, white women could come into a club in the middle of fucking Milwaukee and shut it down. A big, thick-legged white woman can walk into a club in Milwaukee, what they call a club, and shut it down. A thick-legged blonde who is literally at the bottom of the white cesspool dating marketplace. She can shut the club down, assuming she don't have a bob. Let her have her real long hair. She got her real long hair. She looking like Tina Marie. Hold on for a second. Let me educate these young niggas. I'm gonna educate you young niggas. All right. This white woman right here shut down the whole black community because she could sing. Had Rick James. This was the epitome of the upper tier white woman in the 1980s for black men. Not Christy Brinkley. Not motherfucking Brooke Shields. This woman was the prime epitome of white woman for black men for a good decade. Right here, this type bitch, right? Because she could sing like a black woman. Okay. And this not Madonna. This woman could shut down black men by walking in the fucking room. Now, compare her to any white woman. Am I making sense? This is what I'm talking about, the scarcity. Because you're like, oh, yeah. But in 1983, she could walk into any black community and shut it down. She can't walk into anywhere white and shut any goddamn down. Anything down. Nothing. Right, anyway, some of y'all mulatto mamas look like this, by the way. Is she died? Is she dead? Rest in peace to her. I didn't know she was dead. All right, but most of y'all, if you can find the finest mulatto kid and her mama, 9 out of 10 chance looks like this. 9 out of 10 chance. This is what her mama looks like. And probably 80 pounds heavier. Okay. Tell me I ain't lying. You ever date a mulatto chick and then you see her mama and she look just like this? Yeah. Not my mulatto kids. All right, anyway, let me see what we doing here. This is a fucking shit show, man. This show, you guys got me fucking going crazy here. Pause. Shout out to Dark Side Foundation. My parents came to America in 1980, refused to save for retirement and shoved Jesus down our throats. Now they depend on me and my siblings. All they had to do was put a few hundred in Berkshire Hathaway and they be sitting on millions. Unbelievable. All right. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Shout out to our brother Hustle Every Day. He's been contributing. He says right here, I hate to see Coach wasting good airtime on this scuzzy beach. The beach be muff diving and trying to tell men how to maintain relationships. She got bad punani breath. And he says his free agent lifestyle over everything. He says, Niggy News update, France is running for the hills after realizing it only has 200,000 troops. Now Twinkle Toes will force mandatory military enrollment at 18. We got conscription going on. Tell me World War III ain't finna pop off. Man, these white folks can't solve anything but our bloodshed. So shout out to you. And he says, Coach, you're doing the Lord's work. Enjoy blowing as many Ling's backs out as you can. Flowers upon flowers, sir. You've altered the future in these young men's minds. Your influences are everywhere now. Shout out to you. And Andrew Blanco, Coach, ask these haters one thing. Are you on the Netflix documentary? All right. Yes. They ain't even celebrating the nigga on there, bro. It's you are, the Coach gang is, but the Manosphere and all these hating ass niggas silent. Silent. Crazy, crazy. All right. Anyway, shout out to you on that one. And I think, do we have the main event coming up? I got a couple more super chats. I hope you're listening to what I'm trying to teach you. Okay. I'm not trying to, there's no solutions. None. No solutions. You need to fend for yourself. Do what's best for yourself out here. We got our brother here. It is the Dragon of the East over here. And he says, let's see here. I'm clicking the screen. He says, Kumusta. This is hello in Tagalog, the Filipinas language. He says, be safe at the same time. Be wary of those different types of scams there, to include the street beggars. Respectfully, sincerely, and kindness regards, Ryu, the Dragon of the East. Kumusta. Shout out to the Tagalog speakers in here. And the Sea Mexicans. Shout out to you, and that's a sponsorship. And then we got one more. I'll do the sponsorship in a minute. We got our brother here. It is Josh Finley says, enjoy your vacation, brother. It is noon, 12:30 here on Tuesday morning. By the way, we're in the future. It is Tuesday morning. So we're in the future, and it probably is approaching 10 o'clock. All right, so we got to get out of here, man. It's bedtime for a lot of you guys on the East Coast. Dragon of the East, that is a sponsorship. Shout out to you. I forgot, man. I forgot it's nighttime for you niggas.
I got money.
All right, it's nighttime for you niggas out there. Shout out to you, man. I don't know where my damn sponsorship shit is. Main event. All right, main event. We'll do it, and we'll do it live. We have this woman out here, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, making a mockery of Shannon Sharpe. All right, Shannon Sharpe, you guys know him. He is not the best person to be sitting around in a debate or a debate off on relationships. And as you know, he had some problems in this relationship department related to the OnlyFans girl that accused him of cramming it up her Duke shoe and running away with allegedly $20 million. So Shannon Sharpe is not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And therefore, as a result, people might have had false expectations of his performance when he invited Dr. Cheyenne Bryant onto his show. Now, I call Dr. Cheyenne Bryant a charlatan. She's a fake doctor. And the only reason she gets a little bit of pass here is because she fits the perfect demographic of the Black woman, meaning that she's not all the way burnt, crispy ass purple black. She is somewhat a light bright. She passes close to the paper bag test. She also wears her hair very nicely. All right. She doesn't look like a strag. She speaks well, and she speaks very spiritually, right? She's a spiritual speaker, which a lot of her background is in spiritual healing and meditation. Okay. So she does fit the identity of a good-looking Black woman. She definitely is a good-looking Black woman. But I know Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, meaning I know of people like her. She went to the university and graduated from the university that I graduated from. I know some of her college professors because we went to school around the same time. Shout out to Cal State Northridge, Cali West Miami. She's a Cal State Northridge alum. Not only that, she has a degree in African-American Pan-African Studies at Cal State Northridge. I know where she went to school and who she hung out with and the type of professor, communist Marxist professors that taught her. So she's a typical LA strag as far as I'm concerned. All right. I don't have great respect for her. I don't have great respect for her because she throws that doctor shit around. She could go kick rocks with that shit. All right. But other than that, if she was an ugly, dark-skinned Black woman, nobody would hear shit from this woman. All right, she wasn't getting no goddamn airwaves or shine. The fact that she's getting shine is because most of the guys that have her on the podcast are these niggas. All right. Shannon Sharpe, Paul Pierce, and all of that shit. And the reason why she gets movement is because she's attractive. If she was ugly, nobody would be interviewing her. In fact, listen, my sister got a doctorate degree, and I don't see nobody interviewing her. Not saying my sister is ugly or anything like that. Right? What I'm saying is my sister got a doctorate. She taught at Marquette University and Penn State University. And ain't nobody interviewing her like they interviewing Cheyenne Bryant. Yeah, Cam Newton had her on the show. So most of the people that be giving her a run in the goddamn conversation are black men. Black men that are simping for her, in essence, letting her spiel her bullshit across the goddamn airwaves. All right, so with this being said, let's do a little bit of a deep dive into this corny ass doctor. All right, a doctor who she's never been married. Again, the red pill space, I've called them out. These men have never had girlfriends or married, and you crown them the red pill king. Like, make this make sense. And I'm talking about Myron Gaines, to be honest with you. This nigga never had a girlfriend other than the girlfriend that he was with for 6 months. And he somehow is the king of the so-called red pill. That's why I said the red pill is dead. And that's no shade to Myron, but damn. Now, if you think Cheyenne Bryant is bad, then you would have to say Myron Gaines is on that fucking level too. He can't be the expert of the goddamn red pill, and he ain't never had a fucking girlfriend or a relationship other than that goddamn woman that he said he wasn't fucking. So this is MTR is the same thing. MTR never had, he took a girl on vacation, didn't fuck her with his one having ass. Like, how, nigga? How these niggas the prevailing thought mind leaders in a space full of punk ass men, sissy ass men, these fucking fugazi sissy ass men. And then you also got these niggas marrying single mothers. See, this space is just as fucked up as Cheyenne Bryant's side. Well, it ain't this space. It's that fucking space. And you got a whole granny ass nigga, Rollo Tomasi, in a sexist marriage telling you niggas to spin plates. This shit is pathetic. And you guys are led by pathetic ass men, just like these women are led by pathetic ass Cheyenne Bryant. It's fucking silly. And then Andrew Wilson. On top of that, fuck marrying a goddamn single mother 2 times over by 2 different men. And these are supposed to be your leaders. You niggas are pathetic. You red pill niggas are pathetic. Pathetic. The red pill is pathetic. The Manosphere is pathetic. Just like Cheyenne Bryant is a pathetic. So just so you don't see I'm picking on Cheyenne Bryant because she's a woman, the male space is pathetic too. Jesus. Cheyenne Bryant. Forgive me, Lord. The red pill era is gone. It's dead. Cheyenne Bryant holds a double bachelor's in psychology, pseudoscience, and Pan-African nigga studies. Anybody studying Pan-Africanism right now is a racist black person. Okay? That you're a racist. You're a racist black person if you're studying Pan-African studies today, especially at Cal State Northridge. Okay? Just so you know, nobody that is black studying this is studying this other than the fact that they're a racist. You hate white people and you want to somehow get white people back to their bullshit. You want to get them back and you're going to get them back. You're going to give them a zinger. You can give them the purple nurple for putting your people in under slave conditions and stealing your land. All right. So anybody in 2025 studying Pan-Africanism is a racist black person. All right, so let's get to that. So she studied racist black people. And oh, by the way, I actually took a Pan-African class by a racist black female professor. So she was so racist that the white people was trying to kill her at Cal State Northridge. It was a good class, by the way. It was a very good class. All right, but I'll tell you, those white boys was put her on a hit list. She was so racist. Now, the reason why the white guys were taking the class, it was because it was an upper division general education class, and it was an easy A. So they went in there for the easy A, and it was like Pan-African Studies, and they went in there for the easy A, and she was talking so much racist shit that she had to run, had security take her ass to class. That was at Cal State Northridge. She was a cool lady, but she was hella racist. All right, anyway. All right, so anyway, and by the way, there's no respect for the Pan-African Studies department at Cal State Northridge. So that degree is shitty to begin with. And by the way, Cal State Northridge. All right, anyway, she has a master's in psychology from the University of Phoenix. I mean, this is another L. Now, again, I have a degree that you would say is from a degree mill as well. All right, but this is, yeah. All right, I don't run around calling myself a doctor. Neither do I throw around my degrees. All right, but master's degree in psychology from the University of Phoenix. No. That's why I call her a fake doctor. Then you have multiple doctorates. How? How, Sway? How, bro? How you got multiple doctorates? Multiple doctorates, including counseling psychology from Argosy University, another degree mill, and a doctor of humanities and another doctorate from Harvest Christian University. I mean, and she's also recognized as a life coach, a psychology expert, and community activist, Marxist, communist. So as you see community activist, Marxist, right? That's the same as saying she's a social justice warrior. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. All right, these are her qualifications for her to speak on relationships, in which she has none. She has one. We're going to hear what that is. We're going to hear what that fucking relationship is and how you giving relationship advice. Like, that's me. I don't give relationship advice, but how's she giving relationship advice? All right. So anyway, let's go back to this. Shannon Sharpe brought this woman on here, this fake doctor, to school the internet on niggaism and why the nigga community can't have good relationships. And the reason, she is a great speaker, I will give her that. All right, she's a great speaker. And notice she does things that typically great speakers do. Bill Clinton does this, Barack Obama does this, I even do this, is that they're good at using agreeable body language. All right, agreeable body language with their hands. All right, Bill Clinton, he would always do this. I did not have sexual relation. All right, head nods. Rick Pitino would do this. When you're conversating with somebody, you would nod your head. All right, you agree with me. Yes, I'm saying something positive and the affirmative. That's smart and intelligent. Constantly nodding your head. All right, using this tactic here, teaching this point 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, she does this very well, and she's an eloquent speaker. So it makes it seem like she knows what the fuck she's talking about. You see her hands? My hand's this. She's demonstrating this. You see what she's doing? She's acting like she's teaching in a class. All right. And this is called, I call it, you're basically using positive affirmations, or you're affirming things positively, or you're making the language agreeable. You see the pointing of the fingers, all right? Demonstrating here. This is all great speakers right here. Great speakers do this. All right. The little mustache man would do shit like this. Okay. And that's what makes people confident speakers. So she's a confident speaker of bullshit. You see her leaning in, nodding the head, leaning in, all right, to create comfort. And this is a LA skeezer. Right? This is basically a LA skeezer, in my opinion. I can hear the skeezer accent in her language. And what does Shannon Sharpe do? He a Bama idiot. Shout out to Shannon Sharpe. Salute to you. He just a Bama. Like, he ain't there to put up a fight. He's there to get laid. He's there to fuck. Jim. So Shannon Sharpe, this is not a debate. This was not him to, give her any pushback on the bullshit she's pushing. Look at him. He just a Bama. Bamas ain't too smart or intelligent. They kind of slow, dumb with it, dim with it. All right. And they pander to black women. So here we go right here. This is the first one. It is black men who don't like black women have mommy issues. I mean, serious, nigga. And anybody that agrees with this is a racist. Black men who don't like black women have mommy issues. I mean, wow. Let's continue.
Who says, I am turned off and do not like black women, so I date non-black women.
Right.
He has mommy issues. Okay. He has an identity crisis because you came from the woman you're saying you dislike.
I mean, this could be, is this science? Is this psychology? Did she learn this in school? This is pathetic, bro. Where's the evidence of this?
So now we have a deeper rooted issue. I'm not saying that a brother who only dates outside of black women cannot also have mommy issues. But if that's just his preference, then that's different than saying I don't date because my experience was bad. I don't date because I don't like the way black women show up. I don't date because I don't like the way black women are strong or they talk too much. And I'm not saying those things ain't true for a lot of us, okay?
Yes.
But what I'm saying is,
she also does the Jasmine Crockett ghetto code switch to relate to niggas and low hanging fruit and lowest common denominator, this type of thing.
everyone has the right to have their preference, but I do believe that people need to look deep down and say, why is that your preference? Take inventory on that. I know my preference of a man with no kids is because growing up as a little girl, I had to share my father with 6 other siblings.
You want undivided attention.
And I'm not sharing another man in my life.
Damn.
And I'm also not going to put my children in a position to have to share their father with anybody else.
Man, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Like, what the fuck was that mean? All right, I don't get it, man. Where is this at right here?
What the hell?
Again, there's no science behind she's saying. There's no social science. There's nothing that directly correlates with anything she's saying. What are you talking about? So the mommy issue extended to the man's preference. All right. He can't say, I don't want to date Filipino women as a Filipino because he hates his mother. He has mommy issues. But then you go on and talk about, I don't want to share another man because I was a sibling with 6 kids, 6 others. And I don't want to share a man as a result. That's crazy work. All right. This is crazy work. There's no correlation. There's no research or anything related to this. It's all feelings.
At all. And I'm going to go even deeper.
Deeper.
When my father passed away, which I'm happy my dad did it so perfect, right?
Wow.
His life insurance when split up amongst his babies.
Yeah.
Now, I love that because I love my babies. I'm the oldest of 7. Those are all my babies.
Right.
Okay. And if he would have gave it all to me, I would have split it with everybody anyway.
Right.
But I'm happy he did it on his own. But
look at these cankles. This guy, Shannon Sharpe, gave this fake doctor, this damn charlatan, a platform just because she has nice legs in a nice rack. Because she an idiot. I mean, for what she's saying is dumb. Now you glad your dad's dead. I mean, we could.
But my point in saying that is when a man or a woman gets with somebody who has other offsprings and kids, you have to not only think about the relationship presently, but also in the exit strategy. So my kids do have to split things. My kids are being born into a deficit because guess what? You won't be able to be present every day with my child if you are going to be a father to those children. And when Christmas comes or holidays come or school comes or God forbid something happens to your other children, like an emergency, what if our kids have an emergency at the same time? Who do you choose? What happens? Do I show up as a single mother in that moment because dad has to be here? How do I explain that to our babies? And why do I have to? And I won't have to if I choose a man who I know can be present, because being present is being in my house, in our children's home, taking them to school, waking up in the morning, them seeing you with the good morning, our son being able to watch how you process your emotions as a man, watch how you interact with me as a man.
She's a good speaker. She can speak bullshit back, right? She does what I do. All right. She can talk continuously, but she doesn't say much when she's talking. She's not completing very many thoughts here. I don't have the whole context of the clip, but she jumped from one thing to the other really quickly here, and she is not making sense. She's not putting any of these thoughts together. I think what she's saying is she doesn't want men to have all these multiple households with children in them. Here's the problem. Data-wise, more women have children by multiple men than there are men that have multiple children by multiple women. So this is a crisis created by women. The women are creating this crisis, but the narrative always goes back to the men are creating these multiple homes. It's the women doing it, especially in the nigga community. It's the women that have 3 baby daddies. The small percentage of men have children. 20% of the men, 30-40% of the men have the majority of the children. What is it data-wise? 40% of men have 80% of the children? I mean, it's something like that, especially in the Black community. But the women are more likely to have children by multiple men than it is the men are more like men are less likely to have children at all. And this woman doesn't have a child at all to speak of. Let's end this conversation because I thought that was actually pathetic. All right, there to just jump out there with that soundbite of Black men who don't choose Black women have mommy issues. All right, I thought that was bad, but then there was this one. Right? Then there was this one. Then there was her saying Cardi B and women like her, women not changing men, they're products of their environment. Here we go.
Will become a product of your environment. Offset and Cardi B is a perfect example. Cardi B came into it. She had no kids. She was in her career. She's going diamond and platinum with her records. No kids. Offset had how many? By how many?
I think you had a couple.
So who became a product of whose environment? Cardi now has 2 by 2. My theory. Proven. Right. Again.
Absolute idiot.
What the hell?
Idiot. I mean, I have zero respect for this woman. I mean, other than her bent over in front of me, grabbing her ankles, I don't got nothing to say about her positively. What? Okay, we're taking rappers. Again, with Black people, it's always entertainers and athletes that are the measuring stick of relationships. Like, you guys know, no other relationships matter other than politicians and rappers and entertainers. That is the guidebook of your relationship. You're telling me Cardi B, who admitted to selling pussy and being a stripper under the age of 18 and drugging men, was harmed by Offset having children by multiple women and led her to have children by multiple men. Cardi B, how, bruh? And is she even Black? Well, the guy Offset is Black. I mean, I'm thoroughly confused on this one. And Offset was more famous than her, and then probably wrote her lyrics and produced her music. I don't know. I might be wrong on that one. But this is a way crazy shot in the dark to say Cardi B is an environment of what Offset provided. If that's the case, Offset will be dead, be buying overdose or drugs. Anyway.
She has 2 by 2. So she's a product of his environment. I'm just saying what it is. Because a man who's going to marry is a man who's going to what? Marry. Right. He's looking for marriage. But a man who's just looking for ass is what? He's looking for ass. It don't matter if he runs into Dr. Bryant. People in general, especially women, have to stop being so arrogant to think that anything we got from a face to a walk to a drop to anything can take a man and make him what he's not. We ain't build him. We ain't never made y'all. And we will never change y'all. Only thing we can do is choose y'all and say, if this man never changes this right here, I will love everything about this man exactly how he is. But we don't do that. I do now, but most women don't. We go, I like 25, 35%. I think that's 65%. Once he meets me, makes love to me, and see I can cook and I can clean and I can do these other things, and my knees is good and I do cook, yeah. But the maid cleans. I'll cook it for you, but I don't eat red meat. But I'll cook it for my man, but I don't eat red meat.
See, again, this proves my theory about Shannon Sharpe. He's a Bama. So he wasn't hearing anything she's saying. He's looking at her legs and her rack. All right. And he just immediately goes into neck bones and nigga shit. Collard greens. Like, who do we eat collard greens this often to be talking about it this much? Maybe you do in the South. I don't remember the last time I had greens. I don't remember the last time I had greens. It could be 6 years, a decade, or now. Neck bones, I can certainly tell you it's been 50 years since I had some neck bones. All right, but like he immediately changes the conversation and pace back to entertainment, which this is crazy work. And now they're out sidetracked because I think he actually rescuing her from sounding like an idiot to me. All right, so this is a good rescue, man.
But
dang, you do all that?
All that.
Mac and cheese?
But
Mac and
guess
cheese.
what?
What?
That ain't gonna change who you are. That's not gonna change the type of man you are.
I don't even want to go out no more. Lose my number, homeboy. Don't ever call me again. I'm happy here.
Bama.
Being better comes from the inside. A woman will never make a man a better man. Y'all gonna change when you want to. As you see, like in my father's words, a nigga gonna be a nigga. A womanizer is gonna be a womanizer.
That's Cold Shannon.
All right, shout out to Cole Shannon. Again, there's nothing of significance there. Unfortunately, these clips have been getting a lot of views and likes. Interesting enough. To me, this is incredible. Incredibly very shallow and dense conversation. We have more idiot conversations by this idiot doctor. All right. And I say that with all due respect. No disrespect to her. All right, but she an idiot. I mean, I don't see it. Men and women. Okay, let me stop this one. This is not the one I wanted. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we have Dr. Cheyenne Bryant talking about Ayesha Curry, her co-signing Ayesha Curry. So we got Ayesha Curry here. You guys know about her. I don't need to say anything more. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant on Ayesha Curry.
Woman speaks out against the societal norms of a woman being domesticated or being a wife or being a mama, then she sounds ungrateful for having this wonderful husband who's providing and taking care of her, because that is most women's dream. Right? But there are other women like myself, right? And probably her too, from what she said, that their dreams are not limited to a position of a wife or a mother and to just being this person's wife. And where I do understand her is that I told God early on in my years, I said, God, I would love to marry a man of affluence and a man who does well.
By the way, when black people talk and they bring up God, that's just nigga pandering. Just so you guys know. That's just nigga pandering. Of the most spiritual group of people and the biggest fucking heathens in America. All right. It's just nigga pandering. So she bringing that up to pander to niggas. Let's continue here. I'm just educating you.
But I don't want to be known as, let's just say, Shannon's wife. I want to be known as, like, this is Shannon Sharpe, and
and this is Dr.
Bryant hyphenated Sharpe.
Oh, you gonna keep your last? Oh, so you will hyphenate the
I have
last?
to.
Okay.
I mean, I've already built this thing.
Okay. I was just checking.
And this is his wife. And people go, oh, I know exactly who you are. You're the one that produced, or you're the doctor next to you. Or if I introduce myself, oh, that's Shannon. He's a Hall of Famer. Like, you did your thing. We love your show. Power couple.
Okay.
Right? And so I see her saying that she wanted to have what he had the luxury of having. He has a wonderful career and he has a wonderful family. She has a wonderful family. How come she gets deemed for saying, but I want to have the same equality as my husband?
Right.
All I'm saying is love being a mama and a wife, because she's obviously doing a damn good job.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes. Kids are great.
But how come I can't also want?
Why can't I have both? He has both. Why can't I?
What? What?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Bruh. He has both. Why can't I? Well, let me explain what Steph Curry has. He is going to be recognized as one of the top 20 basketball players to walk the face of this earth. Possibly one of the most 100 or 200 most recognizable people that have ever walked the earth. That have ever walked the earth. Maybe the top 500 people to ever live in existence. Steph Curry, based on his prowess on the basketball court. Ayesha Curry, and Steph Curry's a husband. So he has that and the ability to be one of the 50th most recognizable people on the planet. Okay. Ayesha Curry is not that. I don't care what the fuck she does. So there's no equality there. Steph Curry's having to balance this, and that she doesn't have that ability to be that. In fact, nobody would even know about her other than her association with Steph. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible to say that there should be some equality here. There's none. He has all the leverage. And don't tell me about what they was doing before he became that. She had a choice in that matter, and she took that option. Now she wants to pivot back and hyphenate her name and what she built. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, I built this, so I'm going to keep it. Just stay single. Like, just stay single, guys. Like that, there's no benefit for you to take on what she built. Not today. Maybe what women become in 500 years, maybe. All right. Maybe that's the case in 500 years if they continue to kick this can down the road of feminism and equality. And in 500 years from now, you know, they're running the roost. All right. Sure. Not today. Like if I marry Cheyenne Bryant, which I wouldn't, but no, I'm not. No, you have nothing compared to what I have. I mean, let's put our heads together. And you're 42, by the way. Let's get off of this real quick. Let's go to the next one. We have women dating younger men. Again, this is another psyops. By the way, this is a psyops. What you're listening to is a psyops. This is people putting people in position to show you something that they're trying to promote agenda-wise. So for all the ridicule men have gotten for dating younger women, now we have this push, especially with the grassroots area, the Black community. They push it to the Black woman first, and the Black woman, the Black community is ground zero for all agendas because niggas are weak-minded. So as a result, if they can push it there and people accept it, then through common culture, pop culture, dance, music, entertainment, it'll get pushed to the masses. All right, so this is just a psyops. Now we're accepting. She's going to explain why it's beneficial for women to date younger men. Now I'm going to give you context behind this after this so you can see why she's making this point. Here we go.
These younger men in that 35-ish range, even a little younger than 30, they are a lot more mature than a lot of these men who are 45 and up. Yeah. They're not stuck in their ways. Yeah, they are very flexible. Mm-hmm. They open doors. They know how to date. They are actually hunters like men used to be. Yeah. They're calling, they're texting, they're love bugs. They want to get married. They're all they ain't like the old school. That we the old guard, we the hunters. Yeah. And let me say this, not only women, but men in their 30s are the new generation that don't have baby mamas. You'll be surprised at how not thirsty for sex and women these younger men are.
Fuck my God.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
By the way, I mean, I don't produce source all the time on things that I said, but this woman's spewing bullshit. Pure bullshit. And Shannon Sharpe is going for it like he a member of the New World Order. Just because these old horny ass women want to fuck all the time and they want to go out here and fuck their lives up with relationships and us pick up the pieces. We don't want to pick up the pieces no more. They bullshit expectations and reality. So they only got to date young niggas. And now they're saying these men don't want to fuck them as much as the older men want to fuck. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, this is insane. So what they're doing is spending quality time with these young niggas. It sounds like manipulation to me. All right, because what young nigga want to hang out with a woman in her 40s other than for sex?
Meaning like they are literally saying, if we can't date or if we can't have some type of out of the bed romance, I'm turned off. Right. There's so many young men who are like, women are just throwing the pussy at me. Right. Versus back in the day, it was men were chasing the cat. Yes. And that's a turn on for me. And you have the older men who are just kind of like, look, it's kind of like you're saying, I'm working, I'm doing me, what you see is what you get. Yeah. And I definitely want the intimacy as far as sex with you, but I'm not sure if I can commit. I'm not.
Okay, because you're not worth committing. You're wreckable. You're worthless to commit. Who wants to commit to this shit, bro? Nobody wants to commit to these old women, but they out here acting like they got options because some young niggas will come over there and spray and pray on them. All right. Older men, no. Ma'am, you're 42, you're 46. Come over and fuck and leave. All right, take your bullshit and your baggage with you and your punk ass kids. All right, we ain't got no time for this shit. So you're saying that the men are in better position because they want to show up emotionally. And the older dudes are like, are we fucking or not? No. Okay, bye. But she's saying that the younger men are showing up better in this situation.
Not sure if my old ways will allow me to maneuver or to transform into what's needed for a relationship. And you're finding, studies have shown,
Here we go,
the older
studies.
woman and younger guy is having the higher success rate when it comes to a healthy marriage and happiness.
What? Where? Yo, she's spewing bullshit.
I beg your pardon?
The older woman and younger man, they're finding that success rate has actually outdid the older man and younger woman.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Bruh. I told you, this woman is a class A charlatan and an idiot. I mean, we just picking out clips that they published. This is crazy psyops.
Yeah. And think about it, Shannon, though, us older women,
what?
We actually keep ourselves up a lot better than the generation of older women did.
Yeah, for sure.
Prior to
For
us,
sure,
right?
yeah,
And so we are working out. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, there's other augmentations that can be done. I'm not knocking nobody that women are willing to do. The self-care is there.
Yeah.
Women are taking care of their skin. I mean, it's a whole nother world.
She just talking about the miracles of modern science, which is manipulating the environment through science, which is what everybody does. Men are taking TRT, women are taking HGH and testosterone. We also have, breast implants, augmentations, facelifts, Botox, gym memberships. Women are keeping themselves up physically healthier. But obesity is still rampant in the Black community. And Shannon ain't really putting up a fight here. But yeah, that's just the miracles of modern science. Older people look better already than, 50 years ago. That's men and women that actually apply that. So yeah. And women are dressing sluttier and skankier in their older ages. A case in point, what she has on here. Women in their 40s, 50 years ago would never. Let's continue.
For women right now, in the sense of how they keep themselves up. And so there is no competition for us when it comes to young women, because we really are those women, like that 35 to 45. And I've even seen women at 55 where I'm like, sis,
I think them.
What are you doing? And
those women are almost always single, just so you know. Those women are almost always single that look good like that. Just so you know, I'll repeat, those women that she's saying that be looking good, queen, you slay, are almost always single. But then to say there's no competition from the younger women, this is pure delusion. I mean, pure unadulterated delusion and psyops spittle.
Tracy Ellis is one of them.
Tracy Ellis, there you go. 62 and she wears one pair of panties and washes them in her hotel sink. Yeah.
Oh man.
Most of the women who are gorgeous and still doing their thing and have that glow, they ain't been married and they don't have no kids.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We out here glowing.
It's, yeah,
and
yeah, a lot of
happy,
y'all out there.
not stressed out.
Yeah.
Very sexual, very happy, very loving.
Whores. They call those whores. We call those skeezers. We call them, somebody said it, old skeezers. All right, yeah, you're an old skeezer. You still want to be out here fucking and chucking and sucking and doing whatever you want and looking good and going to the club and partying and hanging out at house parties. And yeah, you're an old skeezer. That's what skeezers do that don't retire. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, they can have short-term relationships and suck and fuck young niggas and brag about. Go for it. Okay.
Very rich. Very well taken care of. Dating. No, having our way.
Having our way. Skeezers that never retire. Yeah, cool. That's a cool story, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Very happy.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's not happy marriages, because there are.
For sure.
But when you choose from that place, you calibrate.
You see the hand movement? See this shit? She just bullshitting, man. This is like a magician. She just bullshitting. You see this? I told you about the hand language. All right. She got this hand and she's doing this. Calibrate. Conspiracy. C-O-N-spiracy. She's a charlatan. That's all she doing, bro. She just a bullshit talker.
Like-minded, like vibrational energy. You're less likely to get somebody who is not happy, who's not healthy. You repel a man who's out.
See these hand movements?
Out there womanizing and doing certain things, because that man also knows he can't sustain that quality of woman.
What the fuck is she talking about, bruh? To be honest, what is she talking about? I do got one more clip. Okay. Let me see. We got this clip right here. Women going. Okay, let me play this clip because this is going to provide context for the whole thing. Maybe we'll end it on here. Dude, this woman will be she would be better seen than heard because she ain't saying shit. Okay, last one right here. Diane, this is again why she's talking this shit. This is her on the Paul Pierce Truth After Dark podcast talking about her relationship. This is who women are listening to.
Yeah.
What's your situation right now?
What you mean situation?
Like,
Happy?
You got a man?
I'm dating. I'm single, but I'm dating.
Single but dating?
I am
Something serious more than other?
No, just dating.
We gotta change because she's therapying us.
Yeah.
We gotta make this about her now.
Right. You call it therapizing us. So I was like, I want my woman to mommy me.
What's wrong with my phone?
Like, hold on, what's going on with you? This is about you. You just flipped the script on us. We over here.
Reverse Uno.
Man, you sure did.
But it was good. It was insightful.
We need to find out about what's going on with her. She dating, single.
Dating.
What do that entail for a 42-year-old?
I am dating.
Dating but single.
Enjoying my life. I have really good companions.
How many are you dating right now?
I'm not exclusively committed to anyone.
I mean, I'm telling you. There it is. She a Jezebel. So Paul Pierce, I think he even says this because I reviewed this back then. Paul Pierce is where she's from. Paul Pierce is from Inglewood. All right. This woman, Cheyenne, is from South Bay area or the LA area. I actually went to high school at Hawthorne, which was somewhat of a rival of Inglewood at one particular point. Not so much anymore. But Hawthorne is a neighboring community, suburb of LA. So I know where Paul Pierce is from. I know, and I went to school. We're at the same school, Cheyenne Bryant. So I'm peeping game. Paul Pierce is not going for it. He's not a Bama. Paul Pierce is a LA niggy. And LA niggies ain't going to let you get away with the bullshit. So let's see what Paul Pierce got for her. Nah, let's see what you talking about. Cuh.
But I have one guy that I have dated off and on for 5 years.
We got her.
We dated for 5 years off and on.
So you was his work for 5 years? You been his work? You still his work?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I know what's going on now. I'm about to, we're gonna take this sheep clothing off.
Right, the wolf teeth going out. No,
He was somebody's work for 5 years.
We have been each other's companion for 5 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have spent the block for 5 years, and it's the truth. And he doesn't like it. He's absolutely correct. He feels like I haven't provided.
Oh, your work.
We working together. Okay. We working together.
But you keeping him at bay.
Yeah.
Or is he keeping you at bay?
He wants a relationship. He wants to be committed.
You just
get him, Paul.
It's like the sex.
Get her.
Oh.
Let's keep it 100.
Yeah.
You keep somebody for 5 years.
Yeah.
That's like for real.
You see how she not talking now? Because see, Shannon Sharpe didn't do this. You see, she ain't talking because he calling her out on her bullshit and he doing it live. Shannon Sharpe didn't do this. He let her motherfucking go off on her bullshit. And Paul Pierce said, nope.
I ain't keep nobody at a distance for 5 years.
Oh.
I ain't never done no shit like
I
that.
am not vitamin D deficient.
No,
so
no,
everything is good in that department.
Oh, God.
He wants
She
a relationship.
She done kept him on the side until she figured out if it's something better. I see where this is going.
He just has some emotional maturity that he had to do. We're 9 years apart. He's 9 years younger than me. And so we both had to work through things, but he's had to work on his emotions and his intense insecurities around being in a relationship.
Imagine being with this woman.
Waiting on it. Like what's the problem? Why y'all not together?
Yeah.
Just because of that,
So you waiting on that?
No, I'm not waiting on it. And I don't have him waiting.
So
she bullshit. By the way, you see how she stuck. By the way, allegedly she a Lily Lent liquor. All right, but she also said that younger men are more mature than the older men. Now she reneged, and now she's saying the opposite. All right, you see how these people do, bro. All right, she a charlatan, but apparently she a Lily Lent liquor. Okay, and she be out here licking sniz or sniz.
D is good.
Oh,
let's keep it. I mean, that's it's like, dude. Let's
He put on his red pajamas and feel like he's supposed to get spicy tonight.
This is clear.
Oh my
I
God.
know she's from Long Beach.
Oh,
don't try to come with the suit jacket, the boots. She's still and the glow.
You know what I mean?
You still from Long Beach. I'm from Inglewood. I can see that.
I am from San Pedro, a small community in the city of Los Angeles.
I can see through all of that.
Yes, he has.
All right, see, Paul Pierce, shout out to him. I did criticize him for stealing my shit and my whole swag back in the day. But see, he called her out on that bullshit. That Shannon Sharpe, Obama don't know that this is a LA skeezer. So he like, you from Long Beach. And she tried to clear it up, San Pedro. If you guys don't know, San Pedro is an upper scale community of Long Beach, all right, that is adjacent to Long Beach. It's seen as more upper scale, more proper than Long Beach. If you mention Long Beach is a big city, and it has upper scale and ghettos. So there's a big difference range financially in Long Beach, whereas San Pedro is seen as a little bit more upper scale. So she tried to go in there and throw to San Pedro, and she like, nah, you from Long Beach. I know you. And he probably been around her or adjacent to her being a skeezer. And he knows probably what she's doing out here behind the scenes, and he exposed her. That's why she's sniggling. Because he putting her business out there.
Has great qualities. He does well in all that he does with me. He just emotionally
That ain't what I asked you. I asked you about his job and all
he does well in all areas.
Okay, she answered that. He does well in all
emotionally.
I don't know. That's a broad question. What all
Paul,
areas?
You're a man, so you answer this question.
I answer.
Emotionally, he goes back and forth from I love you, I want to be with you, I'm mad because you won't be with me, you won't commit to me. And then his insecurities get the best of him. And it's like, I want you, but I'm not sure if I deserve you. I'm not sure that I can facilitate you. I'm not sure that I can be with you. So when I say emotionally instability, it's.
I'm going to stop it at this one because you see she's struggling. As you can see, when she talks about her relationships, you see how difficult it is for her to talk about it. Where she talking about other people's relationships, she got it all figured out. And this is classic of so-called relationship experts. She said she's a relationship expert. I didn't. She can therapize everybody else's relationship, but you see how she's looking off and to the left, looking over and down. Her chest ain't out. She's sunken. She tap dancing. She's using what? Sign language. She's saying he's insecure. He needs to mature. Now, all of a sudden, she ain't so confident. And not only that, people are assuming that she made this motherfucker up. He's imaginary. So that's why she's got to do this. Now, if it came out that she a full bull dagger, then her whole reputation is busted, just like Andrew Wilson's reputation is busted. If she's a Lily Lent liquor, then her reputation is gone. Enough about this fraudulent person. I hope my camera's doing better. But anyway, what a disgrace. What a disgrace. And I'm going to tell you, man, if she a full Lily Lentlicker, if she played high school basketball at San Pedro or Long Beach Poly or Long Beach Wilson, and she's lick schniz, okay, then her whole reputation is gone. And she can't continue to pander to her audience as she's doing here. Anyway, what a pathetic person. Am I pixelated still? All right, I'm going to get up out of here, but I got to do these last remaining super chats. I went longer than I needed to, and I got a Filipina out here. She wants to meet up, but she's trying to move the appointment. Hey, man, don't let them do it. Let's see here. They can't move the appointment on me. You just next Filipina up. Next Filipina up. We got our brother here, and it is Martin Muhammad. Coach, can you please reiterate how I can watch the replays on the Money Mindset? All right. No, not over here, but I'll put a post over up on the Money Mindset. All right. Anyway. All right. We're pixelated. Shout out to you. Mark Muhammad says, my opinion is that Shannon has to recoup his bag after that recent debacle, so there's no pushback at all. He says these interviews are dogs with no teeth. I can't take any of these people seriously, Coach. I think you called it a psyops. This is correct. All right, this is correct. So Shannon cannot push back. He cannot, because he has egg on his face on that OnlyFans white girl. He can't push back. He will lose his audience. Shout out to him. Josh Finley says all cope by Dr. Bryant. Okay, a whole bunch of copeology. We do have some Cash App noise over here. Our brother Zach says, free agent lifestyle for life, living better now, Coochie sweater now. Shout out to the dictator says, pathetic, CGA just went no Vaseline on the queen. On the queen. And the black community, to me, I mean, the sad part about it is I think your community is so fucked up that you guys look to charlatans to always fix your issues. All right. Charlatans and people who masquerade as experts when they don't have any legitimate education. And pastors and preachers can go on to this conversation too. Doesn't mean you have to have certification and degrees to be considered an expert, but also if you're providing solutions where people are going to take these solutions seriously and they're going to put their eggs in your basket, but you're not going to help them after their situation gets fucked up, you're a charlatan, a snake oil salesman. Andrew Wilson, I criticize him for that. I said, you're leading men into a burning building, telling them they can ecclesiastically marry. When they divorce 10 years from now, where are you going to be? All right. These are just charlatans. Age of Machine says, does Cheyenne Bryant say swirlers have daddy issues? No, of course not. Of course he doesn't. It's crazy. All right. Ice King says Cardi B messed with and had a baby with Stephon Diggs to spite Offset because she was affected by the internet leaning in Offset's favor during the breakup. Anyway, shout out to you on that one. Interesting conversation there. Cardi B saving face. JC says, I truly am convinced that Shannon Sharpe is a full-fledged Bama. This woman is just rambling on, and all he's thinking about is booty hole and collard greens. Of course, that's the entertainment aspect of it, too. All right. He has to keep it entertaining because if I was listening to Cheyenne Bryant, I would go to sleep, especially if she wasn't on the screen. But she doesn't impress me. Like, I would have sex with her. All right, but there would definitely be no relationship. I've had sex with many women like Cheyenne Bryant, better looking and younger. So, she can get them cheeks clapped if she wanted to. All right, but she ain't getting shit other than that. And as you can see, ain't nobody want to give her shit. Iggy's in the building. The skeezer doctor with all her magical passes is practicing witchcraft. She and Jada Pinkett Smith are on the same games with their hands. Coach talking about this witchcrafting in previous podcasts, casting spells. All right, what do they do? Bewitched. All right. Yeah, she's a witch. And a witch is not a negative thing. It could be if you're spiritually based, but she's a witch. I don't think witches inherently can be a negative thing, but if you're a spiritual person, it can be because they're doing something to you that you don't know they're doing. Like they're casting a spell on you, which you don't know, or they're conjuring up potions on your behalf, positively or negatively, without your knowledge. Same thing as psychologists, and I call it pseudopsychology. Psychologists are doing the same thing. They're therapizing you. So I've actually been in situations when I was dating back in the mid to 2010s where I would go on a date and a woman was like, oh, I'm a marriage family licensed therapist, or I'm a counselor or therapy. I would immediately be like, nah, fuck that. Why? Because they're therapizing you. They're summarizing you. You're not aware of it. You're just having a conversation and she going back to her journals and notebooks on everything you're saying. And you're in a relationship with her, which is manipulation. Now, if you're aware of it, then it's different. You go to a therapist, you're aware that they're a therapist and they're therapizing you. But when you're in a relationship with a person and you don't realize they're doing it and they're casting a spell on you, that's unfair. That's manipulation. And that's what she's doing. And most of these therapists are quacks. Ken Rose with the thumbs up. Shout out to you. Most of these therapists are quacks. All right. I don't have very, very high opinions of therapy. Not saying that you don't need it. I just don't have high opinion of therapists. And I always rest my case on that. I worked at several universities. I worked at 5 universities. The psychology department is the craziest loony bin department on the fucking campus. All right, there's 2 campuses. There's 2 departments that got loonies. The psychology department and the zoology department. And the loonies are the animals in the goddamn zoology. And it's all the way down the hill. And every now and then you'll hear some monkeys and shit like that. And then the zoologist, the white girl in the fucking crocodile hunter outfit, she want to be a veterinarian and she down there training monkeys and shit. All right, down there at Moore Park College. And she a whole plain Jane skeezer. All right, yeah, that department got insane asylum. But it's the animals. The psychology department got loony bin. It's a Looney Tunes department. That goes down to the professors and the people participating as students. And the reason why is because a lot of the people who are students come in with crazy trauma and drug addiction. Highly likely. One of the reasons people study psychology is because they're traumatized already. And it's a field of interest because they went through a traumatic experience. So they already coming in doped up, drug addicted, alcohol addicted, fornicated addicted, whored out. They come in fucked up. All right. Daddy issues, mommy issues, divorce. And then they study it because they've been through it. Look at most family counselors and therapists. They're divorced fucking women. Women that went through divorce and they fucking got their asses handed to them and they never wanted to come up with a reason why it was their fault. So they went and studied the marriage and family license therapist because they got fucking divorced. Trust me on this one, man. I know the mother. I can read the room in this shit. Okay. What person that is single is like, let me study marriage and family counseling? Nobody. It's divorced bitches. Right? 70%, 80% of them are washed up, second marriage ass women. Stepmamas and shit. I know y'all hate me. This nigga, man, he think he right on everything. I'm an expert of this shit with no degree. All right, anyway, shout out to the coach gang. I see my shit is all fucked up on my replay, but shout out to y'all, man. We gonna get out of here. Do me a favor, watch the outros, and we'll be back maybe tonight, which was my tonight, your tomorrow. Good night. Peace.
And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, Yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't boring, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.